one of you. We are waiting the arrival of the Honorable Minister, sir, and Honorable Secretary, sir, to go ahead with the proceedings of the inaugural session now. Requesting everyone to be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request everyone to be seated. Honorable Minister, sir, and Honorable Secretary, sir, would be joining us any moment now. Once again, requesting everyone to be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, sir, and other dignitaries are on their way to the stage now, requesting all our guests to be seated. And let's put our hands together to welcome Shri T.G. Bharatji, Honorable Minister of Industries, Commerce and Food Processing, Government of Andhra Pradesh. May I request you, sir, to kindly grace the stage with your august presence, sir. Most welcome on the stage. Welcoming Shri Avinash Joshi ji, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing of Industries, Government of India. A warm welcome to you, sir. Dr. Satyan Kumar Panda, Advisor Quality Assurance, Additional Charge, Science and Standards and Regulations Division, FSSAI, to kindly grace the stage. Inviting Mr. Hemant Malik, Chair FICCI Food Processing Committee, and Mr. Prashant Paris, Co-Chair FICCI Food Processing Committee, to kindly join the dignitaries on the stage. Namaskar and good morning. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri T.G. Bharatji, Honorable Minister for Industries, Commerce and Food Processing, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Our guest of honor, Shri Avinash Joshi ji, IAS, Secretary Ministry of Food Processing of Industries, Government of India. Esteemed dignitaries on the days, our special invitees, senior officials, distinguished dignitaries, senior policymakers, industry leaders, food business enterprises, technology providers, innovators, researchers, investors, and representatives from across India's rapidly evolving food ecosystem, our respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the inaugural session of the 17th FICCI Food World India 2026. This annual flagship event has been steered by FICCI's Food Processing Committee and is being supported by Ministry of Food Processing Industries and Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI. Since its inception in 2005, it has received encouraging support from stakeholders, including all the major food sector companies, government officials, visionaries, international experts, and researchers. And the theme of this year, Step Up, Scalable Transformation for Efficiency and Profitability to Unleash Progress, envisions a smarter, technology-driven and sustainable food sector. And today, ladies and gentlemen, the presence of eminent dignitaries is a source of inspiration for all of us. I would now request Mr. Hemant Malik to kindly do the honors of welcoming and honoring our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Minister Sir, with the Green Certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Green Certificate is a FICCI initiative wherein a thicket of trees will be planted in the name of Honorable Minister Sir at Sundarbans National Park, West Bengal. I request Mr. Hemant Malik to also do the honors of welcoming our guest of honor, Shri Avinash Joshi ji, Secretary Ministry of Food Processing of Industries, Government of India. Thank you, Mr. Malik, for doing the honors. And may I now request Mr. Prashant Paris to kindly do the honors of felicitating Dr. Satyan Kumar Panda, Advisor, Quality Assurance, Additional Charge Science and Standards Regulation Division, FSSAI. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hemant Malik is the chair of the FICCI Food Processing Committee, Executive Director of ITC Limited, and Divisional Chief Executive Officer of ITC Foods. And I now have the privilege to invite Mr. Hemant Malik to set the context and warmly welcome all the distinguished dignitaries present here today. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the FICCI and the FICCI Food Processing Committee, it's my great privilege to welcome you to the inaugural session. We are deeply honored in the presence of our distinguished guests, Honorable Chief Guest Shri T.G. Bharat, Minister for Industries, Commerce and Food Processing, Government of Andhra Pradesh. He's a young, dynamic leader who is very keen for his state, and thank you for coming and being part of this event. Shri Avinash Joshi ji, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India. Thank you, sir, for being here despite your tight schedule, and I'm very delighted that your meeting has got delayed, so you can spend some more time with us. Thank you so much. And you have been a great partner to all of us, and we are really grateful for your presence. Dr. Panda, Advisor, FSSAI, thank you, sir, for being here. MOFP and FSSAI are the true partners that we need, and they have been with us, and we will continue to your support to grow this food processing industry going forward. Mr. Prashant Paris, my colleague and co-chair at the FICCI Food Processing, thank you for being here. I would like to welcome a lot of industry leaders. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies, for being here, for taking your time out. I know it's not easy to come for such events, but I think these events allow us to meet, network, discuss a few issues, and then work together along with the partnership that we have with MOFP and with FSSAI. This year's the theme, we are calling it Step Up. We are looking at how the FICCI, how the food processing industry in India can step up. And to drive that, the full form of Step Up is a mouthful, but the essence comes in from the word Step Up. It's scalable transformation for efficiency and profitability to unleash progress. We have partners Deloitte, I think the report that they have done is one of the finest reports that I have seen, and I'm sure you'll all enjoy because the entire areas that have been covered, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Today, it's an important juncture for the food processing industry. We have made remarkable progress over the past decade, but the business landscape is evolving faster than ever. Consumers are changing rapidly. Supply chains are becoming more complex. In fact, from just-in-time supply chain, now we talk about just-in-case supply chain, right? So you have to be geared up with whatever can happen. Digital commerce is redefining routes to the market. AI is transforming business decision-making. At the same time, companies are navigating volatile input costs, increasing expectations around quality, nutrition, and sustainability, and a far more competitive landscape. Against this backdrop, growth by itself is no longer enough. The industry must focus on building scale with efficiency, driving profitable growth, strengthening resilience, and enhancing global competitiveness. India has progressed significantly in the food processing space, but a lot of that has been from commodity to brand. But I think the opportunity is in terms of higher value secondary and tertiary processing, which will not only reduce post-harvest losses, but will enhance farmer income and also strengthen India's competitiveness in the global food market. Looking ahead, the processed food market has the potential to approach nearly $600 billion by 2030, and all you leaders are going to get the advantage of that if we are able to play it right. But I think what is very significant is the transformation that is taking place in the demand side. And when I look at our consumers, the Bharat, I think there are 6 forces which are shaping the Indian consumer. And I'd like to talk a little bit on the 6 forces that I see reshaping the Indian consumer. The first point is in terms of, and there is an old lens, and I'm calling it the new lens. The old lens is that consumer moves up the value ladder. But today we are calling it a barbell behavior. And Deloitte also talks about that. Because the consumer is living at both ends. He may want a 5 rupee product, but at the same time, he or she may look for a premium product. Health. Health was a category once upon a time. The old lens was health, food, and indulgence sit in separate shelves, so to say. Today, health is becoming a consumption expectation. You want a product which is tasty, has some indulgence, and it has to be healthy and meets all the parameters required. So that was B and H. A is for always on, which is immediacy. And the consumer, we would look at demand planning. There would be a weekly plan or a monthly plan buckets. But today, the new lens is demand is created and fulfilled in the moment of need or the moment there is any craving. And I think there are sessions later in looking at how performance marketing is driving our business. Relevance. Old lens was that India can be understood through demographics, through age, through income, through urban, through rural. But I think the new lens that we have to put in is that India is increasingly organized around context, cultures, need states. It's hyper-local and hyper-segmented. The aspiration framework is also changing. The old lens was consumers upgrade in stages. The rural India will catch up with urban India later. Today, the new lens is consumers are skipping the stages altogether. So, premium consumption in rural is pretty, it has moved from 30% to 41% penetration. And finally, it's about the transparency. Trust used to come from what the brand would say through their advertising and through the legacy of the brands. But the new lens is that trust is increasingly coming from what brands can prove, how transparent we are about ingredients, how are you able to identify these sourcing stories that you have created. So underpinning all these shifts in a fundamental reset in how consumers define value. Today's questions are, does it support my health? Does it save me time? Is it transparent and credible? Does it feel authentic? Does it fit my lifestyle? Is the experience worth it? So the question is no longer about, is it worth the money? It is also, is it worth my money, my time, my trust, my attention? And the shift, therefore, is not from value for money to values for money. Technology is also reshaping our industry. Digital commerce, quick commerce, AI And I think the way we look at India's opportunity, leveraging, understanding, product development, innovation, is also to look at beyond the domestic demand. Our long-term competitiveness will depend in our ability to move from being one of world's largest producers of agri-commodities to becoming a global leader in value-added food products. While India exports over $50 billion worth of agri and food products annually, the share of processed foods in our food basket, in our export basket, is still relatively modest. Achieving this will require continued investment in modern processing infrastructure, value addition, quality systems, traceability, technology, innovation, as well as world-class logistics. Equally important will be building globally competitive Indian brands that can continually meet international standards. I would like to acknowledge the continued leadership of MOFPI in driving investments, strengthening infrastructure, promoting value addition through flagship initiatives like the PMKSY and the PLI scheme. And we are very delighted that under the leadership of our Secretary, the PLI 2.0 is coming up, and a very detailed presentations and discussions happened just the last week where the industry could put up their point of view in terms of what could be the shape of PLI 2.0. I would also like to recognize the efforts of FSSAI. I think in terms of digitization, the progress that you have made in terms of giving perpetual licenses, in terms of development on FOSTAC, I think that's quite fundamental, and it helps in terms of, for us to do business and makes it easier and more efficient to do business. Today, the sessions that we are going to do, we will look at how the Indian consumer is evolving, redefining values. We will also explore how brands can successfully navigate the era of AI, algorithms, and precision. We will also deliberate on how businesses can build agile, efficient, and profitable supply chains capable of responding to an increasingly dynamic and competitive marketplace. And most importantly, we will also examine how India's evolving regulatory landscape can become a source of competitive advantage by fostering innovations, strengthening quality systems, and enhancing our competitiveness. I'm confident that the FICCI Deloitte Knowledge Report, which will be unveiled shortly, will provide valuable insights. Before I conclude, I would also like to express a sincere gratitude to the organizations that have partnered with us in making this edition of FOODWORLD India a success. Sponsors sometimes get forgotten, but I think it's a long list, but I would still like to read and thank all of you for being partner to this event: HUL, ITC Limited, AWL, Britannia Industries, TCPL, Hershey's, Punjab and Sindh Bank, Label Blind, MTR Foods, Danone, Imami Agrotech, LT Foods, Mondelez, PepsiCo, Cargill, Marico, Wipro, Zydus Wellness Products Limited, Wagh Bakri, FICCI, and our knowledge partner, Deloitte. Your continued support and partnership strengthen this platform and contribute immensely to this growing impact. With these words, I once again extend a warm welcome to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those warm words of welcome and setting the context for the discussions ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, a distinguished food safety professional, Dr. Satyan Kumar Panda, Advisor Quality Assurance with additional charge of the Science Standards of Regulations Division at the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, has extensive expertise in quality assurance, microbiological testing, food safety standards, and seafood quality management, and has led several nationwide food surveillance initiatives. Is also closely involved in strengthening India's food testing infrastructure, including the establishment of 41 new microbiological laboratories across state food testing laboratories. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Satyan Kumar Panda to kindly share his valuable perspectives.
Good morning, everyone, and namaskar. Honorable Minister Sri Bharat Ji, Sri Avinash Joshi Ji, Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing, Sri Hamant Malik Ji, Chair FICCI Food Processing, and Mr. Prashant Perez, co-chair of FICCI Food Processing Committee. Senior government officials, representatives from different foreign missions, industry leaders, distinguished delegates, experts, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank FICCI for inviting me to address this gathering, the 17th edition of the Food World India 2026. This conference provides me this important opportunity for the policymakers, the industry, the stakeholders to deliberate on the issues shaping the future of India's food processing sector. It's indeed a privilege to be with all of you today. This event comes at a pivotal moment when India's food sector is opening up with new FTAs coming up. Yesterday we had the FTA of England was there, and this EU FTA also will coming in the next year. So, as one of the world's largest producer of the food, India stands at the intersection of immense opportunity and responsibility. Our industry is driving economic growth, strengthening from farm linkages, generating employment, and ensuring food and nutritional security for 1.4 billion people. It's also playing a crucial role in enhancing value addition, reducing post-harvest losses, strengthening exports, and contributing to India's vision for becoming a global food processing hub. As pointed out by the previous speaker, we need to work more on processing, reducing the wastage that happens in processing as well as the farms. At the same time, the expectation of the consumers are evolving rapidly. You must have seen the outburst in social media related to food safety. The concern that has been raised in recent days in social media, maybe giving punching thing to FSSAI, but the way it has grown up in the last 2 years, it's a worth of introspection by the industry as well as by the regulators. So there is a growing demand for safe and nutritious, affordable and sustainable food. The global food landscape is also changing with new technologies, new trade dynamics, new standards for quality and transparency. So the digital technologies, artificial intelligence, enhanced traceability are increasingly transforming the way the food is produced, monitored, and delivered to the consumers. As a national food regulator, FSSAI remains committed to building a science-based, predictable, and progressive regulatory framework. As you know, we have reconstituted now 21 scientific panels and expert committees. We look forward for your active participation in the coming stakeholder meetings and also taking forward the number of standards and regulations which are in the pipeline. Our approach is guided by the global best practices while remaining rooted in India's diverse food cultures and dietary habits. We remain committed to promoting a regulatory ecosystem that supports innovation, facilitates ease of doing business while safeguarding the public health through evidence-based standards and stakeholder consultations. The recent reforms initiated by FSSAI may be raising the threshold limits for dynamic risk-based assessment for inspection, dynamic risk-based inspection, or the reforms in FIFO or the perpetual licensing system also will definitely go way ahead in reforming this sector. So over the past years, we have introduced several initiatives to support the vision from strengthening food safety and such as promoting fortification to encouraging reformulation, improving labeling, and enhancing or advancing the Eat Right India campaign. We have also contributed to strengthen the food testing infrastructure, which it was told that we have almost, these last 2 years, new 41 microbiological testing facilities will come up in state food testing laboratories, increasing the concerns that have been raised related to biological hazards. Similarly, also we are funding different state governments in establishing state food safety labs. For the information of our Honorable Minister, I can say we have funded the food testing lab at Tirumala, which is coming up there. We have also funding 4 new food testing labs in the state of Andhra Pradesh also. So our focus has been in strengthening surveillance, monitoring, risk-based regulatory approaches. We also conduct, as you told, we have conducted so many pan-India surveillances. I would not like to discuss the result here, but I wanted to, we have done a lot of stakeholder consultation on this, and we have given inputs to you for strengthening your compliances and find out the issues related to the reasons behind the non-compliances also. In this direction, FSI has adopted now a risk-based inspection system so that the industries which are more compliant will be subjected to less inspection, and thereby making the regulatory oversight more focused, transparent, and effective. So the goal is simple: to make safe and healthy food and easy choice for every Indian. However, the regulation alone cannot transform the food ecosystem. As you know, industry is a key partner in this journey. I encourage the food business operators to lead with innovation, invest in R&D, cleaner technologies, improve supply chain efficiency, reduce food loss, and communicate transparently with the consumers. This is one of the very important point that I would like to again stress: communicate transparently with the consumers. I also encourage the industry to continue strengthening the quality assurance system, adopting digital traceability, leveraging artificial intelligence, responsibility, and embedding food safety cultures across organizations. The strong compliance systems, adherence to food safety standards are essential for protecting consumers as well as enhancing food business competitiveness. Public health and business growth are not mutually exclusive. In fact, responsible practices are the foundation of long-term competitiveness and consumer trust. So as India expands its presence in global food markets, adherence to robust food safety and quality standards will remain critical to enhancing export competitiveness and consumer confidence. As you know, we have a framework for FSER, Food Safety Emergency Response, where now FSSI in the coming days will be taking up very seriously the outbreak that happens across the country, and we are also developing a very strong digital traceability system to address any sort of outbreak that happens and find out the root cause. So there also we need your complete support, because again it must lead to the source of contamination, for which you should have very strong digital traceability platform. So I think that the platform like FOODWORLD India facilitates constructive dialogue among the policymakers, industry, academia, innovators on issues related to the sector, providing opportunities to exchange ideas, share best practices, and strengthen collaboration. I hope today's discussion contributes to practical solutions and greater collaboration for strengthening India's food safety ecosystem. The theme for this year's edition, Step Up Scalable Transformation for Efficiency and Profitability to Unleash Progress, is both timely and relevant. As enterprises scale their operations, food safety and quality assurance, digital traceability, and responsible innovation must remain integral to the transformation. Together, these elements will be instrumental in building resilient food ecosystem, enhancing consumer confidence, and strengthening India's global competitiveness. As a FSSI, our commitment is to remain enabler of responsible industrial growth while safeguarding the public health. So we do not want to stifle innovation, but we want that you provide more information to the consumer. As you know, the recent days, you must be knowing about our activities more directed towards mislabeled food, which is coming in the market. So again, we need your cooperation on this. Together we can build a safe, resilient, and globally competitive food ecosystem that India can be proud of, and the world can look to us an example. Like some other day, I was seeing in the social media, one of the entrepreneurs is saying, foreign entrepreneur, in fact, is saying that I want to establish industry because of laxity in the food standards. So this kind of attitude, this kind of things is very dangerous for a country like us, where we want collaboration and cooperation along with the food regulator. We look forward for your continued engagement with all stakeholders in advancing shared vision. I'm confident that today's deliberation will generate actionable ideas, foster innovation, and strengthen collaboration across the food value chain. I wish the conference every success and look forward to continued partnership in building a safe, resilient, and globally competitive food system. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that insightful address. And ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the significant highlight of the inaugural session, the release of the FICCI Deloitte Knowledge Report, which is on the theme Step Up, Scalable Transformation for Efficiency and Profitability to Unleash Progress. This report focuses on the need to expand value-added processing and strengthen brands, modernize manufacturing and supply chains, improve operational efficiency and use technology to enable more informed decision-making. And it is my privilege to request our Honorable Chief Guest and our distinguished dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward for the release of the report. Also inviting to join the dignitaries for the report release, Mr. Sudhakar Rao Desai, Co-Chair FICCI Food Processing Committee, and Mr. Avinash Chandani, Partner Deloitte, and Mr. Hemant Seth, Assistant Secretary General FICCI, to kindly come up. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together on the official release of the FICCI Deloitte Knowledge Report. We would like to inform all our participants the QR code for the soft copy of this report is displayed on a standee next to the registration counter. You may kindly scan the QR code and get the soft copy of the report. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to present the government's perspective and to deliver the keynote address, it is my proud privilege to welcome our distinguished senior administrator, Shri Avinash P. Das Joshi ji, IAS, Secretary of the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
So thank you very much and good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be with all of you here this morning on this 17th edition of FICCI FOODWORLD India. Honorable Minister T.G. Bharat ji, Hemant Malik ji, Panda ji, Prashant ji, all the industry leaders, guests, representatives from government, academia, ladies, gentlemen and friends from media. First of all, let me congratulate FICCI for selecting this very, very relevant and valid topic for today's theme. Step up, scalable transformation. And we know the composition of India's food processing industry, where almost more than 90% units are in the MSME or micro or medium segment. So it's good that we are talking about scalable transformation. And this we need not only for domestic consumption, but for export also. So if all the industries leaders sitting here, they can keep this in mind whenever they expand, I think we can achieve scalable transformation. Second thing which I noticed in the topic was for efficiency and profitability. These are the two keywords. And I'm glad to see that efficiency has come before the profitability. So once you are efficient, you will become profitable. And wherever those inefficiencies are there or less efficiencies are there, we have to work hard on to plug those inefficiencies and make ourselves competitive not only for the domestic market, but for the global market and competitive with the developed as well as the emerging economies across the globe. We have been talking about, food processing. Like few years ago or few decades ago, we were talking about the volume. Then we were talking about the agriculture produce. Today, India is either the first or the second or the third largest producer, you take any agri product. And for whatever positive steps we have taken in the past, now we are able to feed 145 crores people and have a lot of surplus. and we are exporting, we are creating value, but the challenge remains that how to move quickly from the volume to the value and from value to the final destination, that is nutrition for all. So how we can work in this direction? Let us deliberate on that. Let us work on that. We have already heard Mr. Malik and Mr. Panda. So food safety, I will say, is of the utmost importance. We cannot compromise with the safety regulations, and we should not. Because like as Mr. Malik was saying, today consumer has become very, very aware. पहले ये था कि जो भी दो बिक जाता था. Today that is not the case. You have to really see the consumer preferences, consumer choices. And I'll request that if we can have more and more healthier choices, more and more responsible processing. So that will help us in the long run to put this sector on the forefront of the development. Let me just very briefly talk about the interventions which we did in last few months. One was centered around this false narrative that all the processed food is bad. And lot of influencers, illiterate or semi-literate influencers, they are creating havoc in the social media without knowing the nitty-gritties of the processed food. So we have constituted two groups in the ministry, and I'm happy to share that these groups are chaired by the industry leaders and not by the bureaucrat. So these two groups basically are working on, working on this false narrative or about the perception about the processed food, how to make people aware about the processed food at a large scale, not that few people are doing some social media post or some print or electronic media. It can be like, as my Honorable Minister says, it can be carpet bombing. You do it for 3 months, but do it in such a way that it reaches to almost 50% population. Then only we'll have impact. Few things here and there, that is not going to make any difference. Second working group which we have constituted was for the overall development of the sector, including innovation, technological upgradation, responsive and responsible processing. And I am happy to share that both these groups are doing a wonderful job. And like we reviewed it 10 days ago, I am very sure that the concrete action plan with the timelines will come up in next 2 months' time, and we are committed to implement those in the letter and the spirit. Last few days, again, like as Mr. Malik was telling, we had, I think, on 8th, this interaction with the on the PLI. So let me make it very clear, it's not that we are going to have PLI 2.0, but the idea was to understand from the industry about what happened during PLI, what was the strength of the PLI, whatever we have implemented, what were the challenges, what were the areas which were left out, and how we can learn from whatever we have done in last 6 years. So the idea already has generated lot of enthusiasm in the industry. And PLI in food processing, let me just tell you 1 or 2 major factors. That is one of the most successful PLIs in the country. Like I was telling during that PLI interaction also, that we spent around 10% of the total outgo or the total incentive of out of these 18 sectors, and we contributed almost 48% in the employment generation. So it's a very, very inclusive sector. And if on all other counters, whether we talk about employment, about committed investment, about export, about value addition, on all the counts, we have achieved our targets. We have more than achieved our target. So there is a case that if we can have something where we can build on the positives of the PLI and can consolidate the benefits for the industry and for the consumers and for the country. So that was the idea. Maybe in PLI 2.0, maybe in some other form. And there we basically discussed few areas which can be very, very positive for this country. One can be it came from the dairy sector, whey protein, we import a lot, and there is a lot of wastage which is happening in the industry. So whether we can use that particular component and create the facilities. Second can be this plant-based protein, where India has all the competitive advantages and the positives. Third can be nutraceuticals or pet foods or any other sector. I am not limiting myself to 3 or 4. So on that day also, from the industry, at least 40 to 45 speakers, they talked about PLI. So we have got all the inputs. Later on also we got the inputs. So we'll come out with the concept, and then we'll build on this, and let us hope for the best that we have some intervention by the government which can further put this food processing industry sector on the forefront of the development. Second, very recently, like we celebrated, I think 3-4 days back, we celebrated 200,000, that is 2 lakh, 2 lakhs of the sanctions under PMFME. I know most of you are a big man, so PMFME may not sound very interesting, but the backbone of the industry is the MSME sector. And when we heard about the response of the beneficiaries, so everyone at least has given job to 5 to 10 people. Even if we take the 5 as a bare minimum number, so in last 6 years in the PMFME, we have generated direct employment of around 10 to 12 lakhs. That's a big number. That's 4 times more than the PLI, and outgo will be almost same. And I'm not talking about only employment. The way it helps the farmer with the backward linkages, the way it helps in reducing the farm waste and losses, food loss and waste, the way it gives the confidence to the farmers that whatever or how whatever quantity they produce will not go waste, because once you convert the fresh produce in the processed, the shelf life increases by at least 20 to 40 times. So that was another thing which happened in the recent past. Under PMKSY also, we have got good outcomes in last decade or so. For all of you, I want to share that there is one expression of interest which is live, is about the irradiation centers. If you feel there is any demand or any requirement in any of the area, please come forward. We have still some time left in the EOI, and if there is a need, we can extend the timelines for the EOI. The second one is about the food testing laboratory. Mr. Panda has already talked about. From the MOFPI, we also support creation of this food testing laboratory network. So that EOI will come in next week or so. So there also we are looking at a big number, around 70 FTL to be established in the country. So I'll request all of you to have a look at those EOI, and whoever is interested can come forward. One more thing, let me discuss about the recent past. I think a fortnight back, we had a report from the CRISIL about the level of processing in the country. In 2010-11, our processing level was around 10%. As per 2026 report, the processing level has gone up in 2023 to 17%. And we have internally, we have put the target that let us take it to at least 25% by 2031. So that's the challenge before all of you, before all of us, because this is one of the most important indicator. If we can, increase the processing level, that will create lot of value addition, that will create lot of export, that will create lot of positives for the primary as well as secondary as well as the tertiary sector market. Then I think few days back we again had the opportunity to talk to Honorable Prime Minister. So there from the food processing side, what we have said that to take this processing level to 25%, at least have some national processing mission or PLI 2.0 or whatever name we give to the scheme, because this sector needs enhanced investment in a very, very short period of time. So let us hope that we will get some positive feedback from the higher ups. One more thing which we discussed about is, this when we talk about responsible and healthier options and responsible processing. So if we can have a look in creating some facilities which helps us in export promotion and import substitution. So one particular item which has come to our notice is the palm oil or the edible oil. Today we import, in 2025 our import was 20 billion US dollar. And most of our, at least landlocked states, they are sitting on the large quantity of rice. So whether we can have something to do with the, at a scalable transformation level regarding rice bran oil or the oil which can be produced from the local produce and need not we go to palm necessarily. So this is from our side. One more thing which government has started working on is to create a Bharat brand for the processed food. I know that one of the main objectives of the PLI was to create global brand champions, which we could not achieve, and I understand that 5 or 6 years is a very short period to achieve that type of target. It takes decades. So what we are planning to do through this Bharat brand platform to give the visibility to Indian cuisines and Indian alcohol beverages, we plan to have a lot of intervention by the ministry with the help of the industry, which can create positives for the Indian food, for the Indian cuisines, and we can take this to the global level. Today we are exporting a lot of, say, ready to eat, ready to drink, or any other processed food. But by and large, it caters to the Indian diaspora. Once we start thinking of the global citizen or the global population, then only we can reach to the scalable transformation. So let us think about that and create the brand, create the trust, create the infrastructure which can help us in creating the Bharat brand across the globe. Friends, today India is standing at a defining moment, and food processing, as I said, is a very, very inclusive sector, and it has a big traction. Whenever you go and meet anybody, political executive or anybody, they will talk about this sector. They show a lot of interest. Like whenever I meet Mr. Bharat, the Honorable Minister, first thing he asks what we can do more in Andhra, in food processing. And Andhra, no doubt, is doing very well, but still, we should not be satisfied that we are the best or first 5 in the country. Let us create the infrastructure, let us create the capacities which can make us a global powerhouse in the processed food. From the Government of India side, I can say with full confidence that we are fully committed to see that this sector develops, and we would like to have more and more interaction and inputs from the industry and ensure that this sector gets its due to make Viksit Bharat in the year 2047. I am confident that today's deliberations, the topics I have seen, very, very interesting topics, so they will generate a lot of valuable ideas and partnership that will shape the India's food processing industries in the days to come. I wish the 17th Food World India conference a grand success, and I thank FICCI and all the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk to you, to put my views forward, and I look forward to a very, very encouraging and productive partnership in the days to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your valuable guidance and for reaffirming the Government of India's commitment to the growth of the food processing sector. Ladies and gentlemen, Andhra Pradesh holds an important place in India's agricultural, industrial, and the food processing landscape. With its diverse agricultural base, entrepreneurial culture, and expanding industrial ecosystem. The state offers significant opportunities in processing, value addition, logistics, exports, and food-based enterprise development. And it is our proud privilege today to welcome as our Honorable Chief Guest for the inaugural address, Shri T.G. Bharatji, Honorable Minister of Industries, Commerce and Food Processing, Government of Andhra Pradesh.
Good morning, everyone. I think the energy is a little low here because I feel like everyone was watching Argentina and I was talking to Malik ji sir, so recovery was bad, he was saying. The OOP recovery. So we are all OOP gens who are all on OOP. Maybe the recovery must have been a little low today morning. Anyways, the distinguished guests on the dais, Avinash Joshi ji, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Kumar Pandey ji, Advisor, Mr. Hemant Malik ji, Chair of FICCI Food Processing, has given us an opportunity from Andhra Pradesh today. I'm thankful to him. Mr. Prashant ji, Co-Chair, and distinguished guests of the dais, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to be here at the 17th Food World India Convention. First of all, I congratulate FICCI for choosing such a relevant theme. Step up, scalable transformation for efficiency and profitability. Because today the food industry is no longer just about producing food. It is about technology, it is about intelligence, it is about sustainability. And above all, it is about creating value for farmers, consumers, and business together. Whenever people talk about the future, they often talk about artificial intelligence, quantum computing, electric vehicles, or space technology. But I believe the biggest opportunity of this decade is sitting on our dining table: food. Food is no longer just agriculture. Food is economies. Food is technology. Food is healthcare. Food is sustainability. And increasingly, food is geopolitics. The countries that secure their food supply chains will secure their future. And global companies are looking at India not just as a market, but as a manufacturing base for the world. That is where Andhra Pradesh comes in. Ladies and gentlemen, Andhra Pradesh is not just an agricultural state. We are becoming India's food processing capital. The global food processing industry stands at USD 8.1 trillion. India shares about USD 543 billion, and Andhra Pradesh contributes to USD 49 billion, nearly about 9%. This highlights AP's strong and impactful presence in this sector. Andhra Pradesh stands first in terms of having maximum number of registered food processing industries in the country. We have over 1,050 kilometers of coastline, 6 operational ports, 7 airports, excellent logistics, 24/7 power supply, abundant industrial land, and most importantly, an extraordinary agriculture ecosystem. We are India's largest producer of fish and shrimp, #1 in chili, #1 in lemon, #1 in cocoa, #1 in oil palm, #1 in papaya, #1 in production of eggs, #1 in production and export of fish and shrimp. One of India's largest producers of rice also, mangoes, bananas, spices, and marine products also. This gives investors something that very few places in the world can offer: raw material at scale. Friends, one sentence defines Andhra Pradesh today. If India wants to feed the world, Andhra Pradesh is ready to process it. We no longer want to know only for what we produce, we want to know for what we process. That is our vision, that is our commitment. Our Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu has always believed that agriculture creates prosperity only when value addition happens close to the farmer. Processing is where farmers earn more, youth get jobs, industries grow, exports increase, and the rural economy becomes stronger. That philosophy is guiding every decision we take today. Friends, we are not competing with other states only on incentives. We are competing on execution. Many governments speak about ease of doing business. We have moved one step ahead. Our focus is speed of doing business because investors don't earn returns by collecting approvals. They earn returns by starting production faster in Andhra Pradesh. Single desk approvals, dedicated project hand holding, quick decision making, continuous government support. These are not promises, these are our working culture. We have WhatsApp groups for all the projects that are cleared from cabinet. Friends, our food processing policy is among the most progressive in India. We have higher incentives, support for mega industries, support for MSMEs, support for FPOs, support for food parks, support for cold chains, support for food testing laboratories, support for exports, and our target is ambitious. We are looking at 30,000 crores of investment and over 3 lakh jobs by 2029. Today we already have 9 food parks with plug and play facilities, modern cold storage infrastructure with a storage capacity of about 17.2 lakh metric ton and warehousing capacity of 33.5 lakh metric tons. And we have fruit processing hubs, shrimp processing clusters, cashew clusters, spice clusters, and integrated logistic corridors connecting our ports with industries. Friends, the future of food processing will not be driven only by factories. It will be driven by artificial intelligence, precision agriculture, cold chain intelligence, traceability, predictive demand, smart logistics, and digital supply chains. Technology is no longer an option. It is becoming the biggest competitive advantage in food processing. This aligns perfectly with today's convention theme of combining AA efficiency, traceability, and scalable growth. Let me also share that we have achieved over the last 2 years around 29 food processing projects worth nearly 11,800 crores have been achieved. Major investments have come from Reliance Consumers Private Limited, Godrej, Agrovet, Mother Dairy, 3F Oil Palm, Sneha Farms, IB Group, ACE International, ITC, Sangam Dairy, SVF Soya, Indus Coffee, Radhika Vegetables, Hango Ice Creams, Srija Dairy, and Mondelez, which is setting up around the biggest, their unit in Sri City. In Partnership Summit, we signed MOUs worth around 30 companies, around 8,000 crores recently. They are just not investment numbers. These represent thousands of jobs, better prices for farmers, and stronger for rural economies. So friends, today I would like to give a simple message to every investor sitting in this hall. Don't merely look at Andhra Pradesh as another destination. Look at Andhra Pradesh as your long-term growth partner. Bring your investments, bring your technology, bring your innovation, bring your global markets. We will provide land, infrastructure, policy support, we'll have fast approvals, and a government that works alongside you because your success is our success. Finally, I'll leave you with one thought. The future of food will not belong to those who only grow food. It will belong to those who create value from food. Andhra Pradesh is ready. We invite the world to build the future with us. Thank you. Jai Hind. Jai Andhra Pradesh.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Minister, sir. We are deeply grateful for your gracious presence and for sharing your vision with the distinguished gathering. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the concluding remarks and words of thanks, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Prashant Paris, co-chair of the FICCI Food Processing Committee and General Manager, Mass Snacking India. Let's put our hands together to welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. According to the United Nations, the world is going to need to increase agricultural output and production by 50% by 2050 to feed an approximate population of 10 billion. And I think, as you have heard here today, India has an extraordinary opportunity to be the world's most trusted food provider. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody present here for gracing this occasion. I want to start by expressing my sincere gratitude and that of the entire FICCI Food Processing Committee to the dignitaries who are on the stage, starting with Shri T.G. Bharat, Honorable Minister for Industries, Commerce and Food Processing, Government of Andhra Pradesh. I think he gave us some really good food for thought when he said the future of food is going to belong not only to those who produce it, but to those who create value out of it. And I think as he embraces and he urges all of us to embrace the technology that will go behind food processing, it's also wonderful to hear from the government, sir, that you are here to partners to, as you said, our success is your success and hopefully vice versa. It should inspire all of us to think a lot bigger about what we want to do with food processing in India. As I said, it is a wonderful opportunity that all of us here, as we come together, can realize. Also, very special thanks to Shri Avinash Joshi, Secretary, Minister of Food Processing for Government of India. I think if you listen to some of the words Mr. Joshi said, there were quite a few things that struck me. And the first was something I really believe in, where he said, focus on the efficiency, the profitability will follow. I think all of us here can work towards a more efficient supply chain. And the fact that he said something which was very, very important about how the food processing sector is one of the most inclusive sectors. He spoke about, the PLI 1 creating more than 48% of the jobs. And, his vision to we've moved 7% in food processing from 2010 to 2023. But can we move another 8% in just the next 5 years and hit that 25% food processing? It's a wonderful vision for, I think, all of us here, because in many ways, we are all part of this vision with you, sir. I also want to thank you for all the work that you've done, especially as you said, you've created the two groups, one to tackle the false narratives that have been surrounding the food processing industry, and equally with the partnership from the industry, creating a second group for the development of the sector. We are with you, sir, and we hope that together we can indeed make India a global powerhouse in the space of food processing. I'd also like to say a very special thank to Dr. Satyen Kumar Panda, advisor for FSSAI. You spoke about how this is a pivotal moment for India because new FTAs are happening, the world is opening up to India and from India as well. And we have to be ready. To be a trusted food provider, I think food safety is center stage and paramount. The best brand we can create of our brand Bharat is one which is stands for safe and trusted nutrition and food. And all the work that you've been doing in this space, the number of labs that you've increased, the number of testing labs, also the partnership with industry to say, if you can be more compliant and more proactive, we are with you. These are really things that will benefit us all. So thank you for that, sir. And last but not the least, I'd like to thank Mr. Hemant Malik, the chair for FICCI Food Processing Committee. He has led the way in putting together today's program and today's discussions. I think thanks to his leadership, we have Step Up. And to that, I also want to say a big thanks to the Deloitte team who've worked hand in hand with the industry to put together what we think is a very, very good report, which is food for thought, but also impetus for us to move forward and make things happen. Last but not the least, I'd like to say a big thank you to Jyoti Vij, who's not here today, to Hemant, and to the entire FICCI team, who've been instrumental in the organization and putting together of this entire event. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, guests, and all of you all who are present here today, it is really an honor for all of us to be together at a time like this, a very pivotal moment, as was said before, in India's journey to becoming a global powerhouse in foods. Thank you for giving us your time. Enjoy the discussions, enjoy the deliberations, and hopefully, as we work together, we realize the dream of Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, as we close the proceedings, may I request our dignitaries to come forward for a group photograph, sir. And on behalf of FICCI, I once again extend our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Shri T.G. Bharatji, Honorable Minister from Andhra Pradesh Government, Shri Avinash P. Das Joshi ji, Secretary Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, Dr. Satyan Kumar Panda, Advisor FSSAI, Mr. Hemant Malik, Chair FICCI Food Processing Committees, and Mr. Prashant Paris, Co-Chair FICCI Food Processing Committees. And ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone to kindly remain seated as we straight away proceed to the next session of our event.
If someone is interested to get in touch with me, you can keep my number, you can WhatsApp me. Someone would like to invest in Andhra Pradesh, just WhatsApp me and I'll get in touch. You can keep my number 98483 59999. 98483 59999. If someone is interested to expand, come to Andhra Pradesh, you can give me WhatsApp and I'll get in touch with you. Thank you.
I hope you all have that number saved by now. And let's put our hands together once again to thank Honorable Minister Sir and other dignitaries. And we now move to a special presentation highlighting the key findings and recommendations of the FICCI Deloitte Knowledge Report. And to take us through the key insights, emerging trends and actionable recommendations from this important knowledge report, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Avinash Chandani, partner Deloitte, who is a seasoned consulting professional with over 15 years of experience across consulting, investment banking, and private equity. He specializes in the FMCG, food and beverages, and agribusiness sectors with expertise spanning growth and diversification strategy, sales and distribution. And his presentation will provide valuable insights on how India's food enterprise can scale their operations, strengthen profitability, and build resilient future-ready businesses. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Avinash for his presentation.
A very good morning to all our dignitaries, members of FICCI, industry leaders, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you firstly for taking time out to attend this event. And I would like to thank the FICCI Food Processing Committee for giving us the opportunity to partner with them for the second consecutive years as knowledge partners for FOODWORLD India. I would also like to acknowledge the contribution of my team members at Deloitte who have helped me in put together our step-up report for this year. Most of them are around through the day, and would be great if you want to catch up with them throughout the day till evening. We are happy to come and have specific conversations with you as well. Now, quickly let me get into some of the key highlights of the report. The India's food processing sector is expected to grow at about 9% and this will translate to an opportunity of 600 billion by 2030. Growth is expected to come on the back of both demographic as well as structural forces. First, we believe there's significant headroom to increase processing levels, which currently are only at about 12% when compared to 70% in developed markets. This needs to be coupled with a focus on reducing post-harvest losses as well as driving operational excellence. Second, there is strong domestic tailwinds. We have a very good, large, affluent consumer base, which is expected to reach to about 47% by 2030. And these consumers are not only health conscious, digitally savvy, but also very aspirational. There are 600 million people who are expected to live in cities by 2030, thereby driving packaged food consumption and demand more for convenience. Our interactions with industry leaders indicate that the entire e-commerce and modern trade market will account for more than 50% share in the top metros. Third, technology and AI is going to be one of the core drivers for profitable growth. As per our estimates, today 43% of FMCG companies are adopting AI or have started using them in some shape and form to help in decision making. Given the evolving consumer base and behaviors, it's imperative for now food companies to be agile in their go-to-market strategies. And some of the key trends I thought I would share here with all of you that we've observed. Some of this our panelists previously also have touched upon. First is the whole split basket behavior. Consumers are continuously now seeking both affordability in everyday staples, while there is a strong willingness to pay premiums for products that offer superior nutrition or better ingredients as part of the same basket. This is also referred to as barbell strategy that now companies are having to adopt to cater to both ends of the spectrum. Brands are launching majority of the new products now with both health and functional claims and splitting portfolios across value and premium options for the same consumer. Discovery to conversion is now happening a lot digitally. On quick commerce, while 38% discover product, 68% end up buying it. While if you look at this similar trend from a modern trade perspective, only 15% would discover it there, but 45 to 50% would land up purchasing it. Hence, we are witnessing most organizations now launch 60 to 70% of their new products first on e-commerce or quick commerce platforms, and brands are also increasingly tilting their marketing spends towards digital marketing to attract these consumers. Lastly, convenience is also evolving beyond time saving towards more enabling spontaneously and low effort consumption. As per our survey, 57% of consumers rely on quick commerce for urgent and immediate needs. This is not only a switch in their buying behavior, but also this is helping increase their purchase frequency. And now, 1 in 10 use it for planned purchases too, simply because it's easier to sit and order from home. This consumer behavior is enabling brands to premiumize and launch even channel-specific packs. We believe now there are four key levers that will help unlock the opportunity for India's food sector. First, and a lot of it was also touched upon earlier by the Honorable Minister and the panelists. First is the AI-led smart operations. This is now about moving away from dashboards to decision support systems, conducting root cause analysis and advising on what the next best action should be. 84%, interestingly, of Indian CEOs are already reallocating capital to AI, against 70% globally, which is reflecting a growing recognition of technology as a core business capability. As per Deloitte estimates, AI has the potential to increase profitability by up to 30%, and this is, could be contributed 2/3 by costs and 1/3 on the revenue side. Profitable and scalable growth is extremely important for the sector. So adopting a dual strategy that serves countries' 1.4 billion consumers with affordable products, while also targeting the top 100 million consumers with premium offerings, are extremely important, as these premium categories are growing at about 2 to 3 times that of the traditional ones. Beyond the product portfolio, it's also important to focus on cost excellence through better R&D, planning, spend management, and effective on-ground execution. Focus on value addition for both domestic markets and exports is another critical area. This has to be enabled by collaboration with both the industry and partnership with the regulators and government to drive continued regulatory simplification, harmonization, and clarity in the compliance, so that we are able to imbibe sustainable practices, drive innovation, and increase the share of value-added products. Interestingly, the share of value-added products for us in our overall export baskets stands only at about 20%, reflecting significant headroom for us to drive this growth. Continued access to capital and speed of innovation. The Indian food and beverage sector received more than $300 million last year in terms of funding, and there were 50+ M&A deals that had happened, which were roughly 2x of the time that had happened in 2023. And this is because companies are choosing to buy versus build to accelerate growth. India is also emerging strongly as an innovation hub, and today has more than 11,000+ DPIIT recognized food startups that are competing with our Indian brands. Taking all of this together, these trends point to a sector that is transitioning towards a more capability-driven, value-focused growth model. I would like to conclude by saying the opportunity lying ahead of us is significant. The imperative now is to act with clarity, resilience, and ambition for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that wonderful presentation. I would request Mr. Avinash Chandani, partner Deloitte, to kindly stay back with us on the stage as we straight away move towards the thematic session 1, which is on the new Indian consumer redefining value and consumption. I would request you, sir, to kindly take the moderator's chair on the panel. As I invite eminent speakers, I invite Mr. Sunil D. D'Souza. He is the Managing Director and CEO, Tata Consumer Products Limited. Mr. D'Souza is a distinguished consumer industry leader with over 3 decades of experience in driving business transformation, growth, and execution. I invite Mr. Rakshit Hargave. He is the Managing Director and CEO of Britannia Industry Limited, is a veteran of consumer industry with extensive leadership experience across India and international markets. Mr. Sanjay Sharma, CEO and Director, Orkla India, is an accomplished FMCG leader with over 3 decades of experience in marketing, brand building, and business management. Mr. Tarun Arora, Chief Executive Officer, Zydus Wellness Limited, who is a seasoned FMCG professional with nearly 3 decades of experience in strategy, innovation, and brand building. And we also invite Mr. Jagrut Kotecha, Chief Executive Officer, PepsiCo India and South Asia, who is a seasoned PepsiCo leader, whose association with the company spans more than 3 decades. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to hand over the session to our moderator, Mr. Avinash Chandani, partner Deloitte. And may I request you, sir, to kindly take the discussion forward. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you everybody for making time, and warm welcome to all my esteemed panelists. We have about an hour or so for this discussion, and the topic that we have here is the new Indian consumer redefining value and consumption. There are quite a few topics that we like to cover, so I want each of you to share perspectives. So please, I would appreciate if we can keep our answers short and sharp so that we are able to, cover more ground, as well as probably leave some time for the audience to also ask a few questions. Yeah. So I'll straight, get started. Sanjay, I'll request you to come in first. We're seeing Indian consumers are simultaneously indulging more and becoming, as well as, both indulgence as well as health consciousness, right? We're seeing this behavior simultaneously. What trend are you seeing among these consumers around health conscious choices that they're making? And how is your organization building genuine credibility on the health side without diluting the indulgence taste and that the consumers still expect?
Yeah, I think this is kind of a very favorite question of people, and people often see this as two ends of a continuum.
Yeah.
Right? Either you make choices towards the health versus, or you're talking choices towards the, the indulgence perspective. And I don't think in the real world consumers make choices like this. I think the real world, the consumers are conscious about their health and as well as are indulgent in terms of certain occasions where they want to indulge themselves. So I think food is not about am I going to be on one end of the spectrum or the other end of the spectrum. I think it's about making choices at different parts, day parts, and choosing the right kind of foods for yourself. Having said that, that was a construct that operates in a larger part of India. But when you look at the Gen Zs, the new consumers that are coming into the consumption world, I think out there, that's a generation of people who have a lot more knowledge available in their hands, and they are knowledge-seeking consumers. So they are making a lot more choices around what kind of ingredients that are there. I think the definition of health is also changing. Sugars have become bad. I want clean ingredients. I don't want chemicals in my products. So I think slowly what is happening is that people are actually coming, these two ends of the spectrum are actually coming together. So people do want to indulge, but to ensure that the products that they have are good products, healthy products, or products that are clean label in many ways. So health is being defined in multiple dimensions. It's not just about, making high quality, having high proteins or high this thing, but it's also about permissibility coming into products. So healthier products, I think, is a better definition to be pushing through.
Interesting. Rakshit, probably you could, add to this in terms of, your portfolio, and how are you seeing consumers, respond to this, and how are you adapting to this at Britannia?
So obviously, the consumer is much more aware now. And in the last 7 to 10 years, there is a conscious attempt by a certain segment to move towards these kind of alternatives. But 2 points I would want to make is that the consumer also wants to indulge, but he also wants to indulge in a permissible manner.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there is an afterthought that what I am putting inside me, is it good? At the same time, this is not an urban phenomenon. You also see in semi-urban markets and also in rural markets. And it's interesting to give an anecdote. In a small village 100 kilometers from Lucknow, I was speaking to a dealer that why does Marigold sell so well here? He said people believe that it is good for health because it is low in sugar. And this is coming from a small village. So I think the awareness is there across multiple segments, and consumers will make their conscious choices. But that does not mean that they will stop indulging.
Great. Sunil, some perspectives from you on how are you at Tata, building this capability both on both sides of the spectrum.
So I would say today's consumer is looking for what I would call permissioned indulgence. Human beings will always put taste first. They will always say they want health, but there is a big gap in the consumer say do, right? So the consumers are not going to look for bland, healthy products. Taste matters, right? And for us, at least at Tata Consumer Products, we believe there are three big foundations when you're tackling this consumer trend. Number one is it has to be science-backed innovation, right? Claims that are measurable, genuine, scientifically proven, emphasis on science, collaborating with academia, making sure you've got the right ingredients, etc. That matters, number one. Number two, and I think this came up in multiple forms during the inaugural addresses, is transparency and trust, right?
Yeah.
Today's consumer will read the label. They are looking at what's there. They're aware of which ingredients seemingly are not good, which ingredients are healthier. There's protein, there's fortification, there's nutrition. So they look for that and they look for the description, right? And like I said, the say-do means taste first and health second, right? Because a consumer, they want to eat healthy, so they might pick up the product the first time for health, but they will repurchase it only when it tastes good.
Tastes good.
Right?
Yeah.
So I would say broadly it is the convergence of the two, and the products that we want to produce is when the consumer says this tastes good and I feel good about consuming it as well.
Oh, thanks for sharing. Jagrut, if you could, share your thoughts on this as well, because, portfolio at PepsiCo also, I think plays on all sides of the spectrum. So it'll be good to hear your perspective.
I think everything what rest of the panelists said. The way we look at it is three emerging trends, right? And India is always an and story. It's not an or story. One is information is getting democratized, which means people have a lot of information on hand to understand and make smart choices, what's going in the product, what's not going in the product. The second is aspiration is getting now matched with availability, whether it's through our traditional trade stores or the whole digital quick com, which is evolving. And third is, as Sunil said, yes, indulgence will not get compromised just because of health. You need to have both. And we keep these 3 to 4 trends at the center of it on everything that we do from the consumer side. And we are a consumer maverick company. We spend a lot of time understanding that. And as a result, we are complementing and building on what we are. We are not shying away from indulgence. To give you some examples, in our snack portfolio, we have a local brand called Kurkure. It's a great product, right? People love it. It's a loved trademark. But then we've also added to health connotations like Johar Puff and stuff. So when you give taste with millets, it starts working and it's doing fantastic. Same thing, we've launched a new Gen Z product just for e-com, which is Red Rock Deli, which is all about baked. But baked without taste doesn't work. So we've enhanced our taste on our product. The same thing on our beverages. Not many people know the name PepsiCo on the board. In the country, almost over 60% of our portfolio is mid-cal, zero-cal. And we are growing, which means if you're able to give a great tasting product, people are willing to compromise on the sugar level and keep loving your brand. So that's how we are moving, and I think we'll be balancing that as we take it forward.
Interesting. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Tarun, same question to you. Interestingly, from a consumer health space, right? It seems you have to keep it all healthy any which way. So, how are you? Some thoughts from you on this, and how are you adapting?
So, thanks for having me here. I think I'm not going towards the indulgence. I would say let's talk about food. The meaning of food has changed over the last decade or so. Earlier, food was more satiety, and for health, you would take supplements, you would have exercise, etc. Now, I think health has become a mainstream conversation, and I think some of that points were also made. Today, people actually do read the back labels. People are interested in knowing how much is fiber, how much is protein in my everyday roti I have, or bread, or whatever daily food I'm having. And I think all the restaurants display it, all of our packaged food show it. So obviously, it reflects a consumer shift, which is saying that food is no more just satiety, indulgence. It means the health element is central to the food we have. For us, for example, we've been saying for almost 30 years that sugar is not good, and there is a way to reduce sugar with sugar-free or with protein through products like Complan. I think we are actually feel that time is right for consumers to embrace this journey of these products becoming more mainstream and taking it as a part of their everyday food, because again, these are built on right scientific reasons. But as Sunil and Sanjay, everyone's talked about, the taste is paramount, and that's really what we are balancing all the time, while offering the health through the mainstream, but delivering a healthier solution and tastier solution.
Thank you, all of you. I'll have one more question, which I will, run across with all of you, and then get to, something more specific across each of your organizations. You're seeing digital technologies from AI and data analytics to quick commerce and connected supply chains are now fundamentally changing how FMCG companies understand consumers and are bringing products to the market. How in your organization are you using digital to create more agile business models while meeting the evolving consumer aspirations? I'm happy for any of you to pick this up first, and then we'll just go around the rest of you as well. Yeah.
So let me go first, right? I think I would split the entire product development journey into two pieces. There is the front end, and then there is the back end or the last mile. I think what technology has done is change the front end of the entire piece. So whether it is spotting trends, whether it is figuring what are the ingredients which are trending, whether it is figuring what conversations are consumers having, what is the white spaces of the categories, I think that AI picks up very quickly. AI has the ability to put in reams and reams of data and analyze them far quicker than the human mind can, and then move that to rapid prototyping and testing. I think that part AI and technology does very well. But there are two parts which are critical where AI and technology will not replace things. AI will not be able to tell you whether that same product for the homemaker in Bangalore or the working woman in Bombay or the family in Lucknow, what taste they like, what they don't like, and why they like or don't like it. So ultimately, taste, aroma, touch and feel of packaging, all that does require human intervention. Taste panels, etc. do matter. And the last piece is actual manufacturing, testing, food safety, all that piece again has to be real life. That AI can't do.
So true. So we always have to have human in the loop. So I don't think it's all AI, but yes, it's the human element is equally important.
Just let me chip in. Digital and AI. I think food industry or beverage industry, we call ourselves as FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods. I think it's now we need to change that terminology, and that's what we are internally doing. Move the F to the end, which is moving consumer goods frictionless.
Lovely.
Right? The more we start thinking of that, the better we will be equipped as organizations to win. The companies which don't adopt that, I will be the laggards, right? And why do I say that? Let's start with consumer first, okay? Most of the digital media space, understanding consumer where he or she is, what PepsiCo has developed is something called 5S model, right? People are doing streaming, scrolling, search, scan, smell, and shop. Literally, those are the 5S. So you start talking on the 5S model, starting with consumers, okay? The second place where we started investing significantly, we are a farming company. I keep telling that. Many a times people think PepsiCo is Pepsi beverage, but we work with 36,000 farmers.
Yeah.
We are one of the biggest potato growers for chip-grade potatoes in the country. And we've worked extensively to get digitization there. And that's really helping farmers, and we had an opportunity to demonstrate and talk about with the Prime Minister. Today, we have people, almost 300 of them, working with 36,000 farmers who are equipped with digital maps. And that's where AI comes into play. Most of the farmers are 1 by 1 acre. We can tell them through digital maps where there is dry area, where they need fertilizers, etc., giving significant increase in yield and farmer income. So that's also where you start with farmers and seeds. Then you come into manufacturing. That's where a lot of digitization is anyway happening. I think the world knows about it. And now going into selling, which is e-com or traditional trade. So I think right from seed to shelf, it's taken over. And that's why my favorite thing is move the F in the end. Big companies will move once they start moving consumer goods frictionlessly, because that's what the shopper and consumer is looking
That's
for.
interesting thought. Sanjay, maybe if you could also respond to this. I know you've recently embarked on this project, Bold, that you've put out there, right? So would love to hear on, what your thoughts are on the entire digital technology and how you're looking at them evolving in the way you do business at Orkla.
Yeah, that's the problem of being a listed company. We keep talking and everyone knows what you're actually doing, right? But yeah, I think intrinsically, Sunil talked about how the consumer behaviors are changing rapidly and how things are moving. And he talked, Jagrut also talked about shopping has changed, and e-commerce has suddenly come out to be a major platform. And I think if you look at how the retail has developed over a period of time, you will see that when modern trade came in, it was just another channel that was actually going to eat into general trade. Right?
Correct.
So it was all about availability and visibility, and you were not getting any new consumers, or it was not a platform that was adding substantial value over and above the fact that the consumer could now directly reach and touch your products and feel the products and make a choice of them. So it did add on to the concept of discoverability of your brand improving. But I think the way quick commerce has come in and digital commerce has come in, and coupled with the new generation, the digital access that the new generation has, quick commerce actually is coming in with a very, very different take. If you look at that channel from a availability, visibility point of view, you are not really going to make the most of it. It's actually impacting a change in consumer behavior in terms of her habits and in terms of what he or she is seeking out of product. I think quick commerce, the role of quick commerce as companies, as we are seeing it, is to look at it to see, can you get new consumers to come and buy you? Can you satisfy new needs of the consumers? I mean, there are categories like frozen, there are categories like cold chain, there are categories like fresh that are actually going to get activated because of quick commerce, because of better infrastructure available in these dark stores that they are creating, as well as the ability to deliver to the consumer house within a short period of time.
Very true.
So that food does not get spoiled. And if you look at the disposition of the Indian consumer today, packaged foods has always been an area where, or processed foods has been an area of great resistance. The new generation, of course, is much more open to it, is seeking it, as long as it enables improvement in the life of the consumer. And anything that through the products and the new needs that are coming out, if you are able to satisfy, the quick commerce can be a whole new chapter for food processing companies to actually leverage and build upon. So it's a very, very important development, and I think it's something that is going to change the face of the industry in the urban markets.
Lovely. Thanks for the perspective. Rakshit, from your vantage point.
Yeah, so I think a lot of these points are common for us also, but a couple of things that I would want to highlight is that, again, on Q-commerce, I think we're trying to develop models which can run on what is being searched on Q-commerce and at what granular level in terms of regional geography, pin code, to understand taste differences and preference differences so that you are able to have a model which is more hyper-local. Secondly, we're also trying to develop a model for application of AI on procurement because you procure commodities across India, and there is a lot of data residing in the quality of stuff that you get from a particular location, and we can apply that to wheat also. And hence, how do you shape your procurement strategy in terms of what are you getting from what pricing, what is the impact of rain, what is the impact of time of the year. So I think trying to develop those AI models to make your procurement more resilient and also get in some savings. So apart from obviously the front and back end that you said.
Yeah, I think we've got a perspective on both. Tarun, if you'd like to add something to this as well.
Yeah. I think a lot has been covered. I'll just talk about the fact that what AI, digital and Q-commerce is allowing us is to do is reinvent our business models. To my mind, the fact that you can actually crunch your timelines from a launch to, imagining a product to actually launching it and launch for specific cohorts, segments, geographies, etc. So the sharp targeting, mass customizations are becoming real, and therefore the whole business model of I need a scale at that level is not necessary. So you can actually have 4 different variants or versions of the same product in different parts of the country or different set of consumers and be relevant to each one of them. So I think the way I would look at it, apart from all that has been said and which is all relevant, but it gives us an opportunity to step back and say that, challenge the existing business models, and given especially more so in the food space where the needs are very different by individual, whether you're looking at the makeup of protein, carbs, etc., or the flavor differences, tastes, etc., and aspirations, and you pull all of them together into a separate set of cohorts, and you can actually assemble a very flexible supply chain, the whole value chain, and reach very quickly. I think that's a big opportunity that I see. Some of it is already in the place. Some of it has also done by the smaller, younger companies who have challenged the larger players. So that's really where the big change will happen. Each one of us will anyway do what we have to do, but the business model change is a bigger opportunity, as I would see.
No, in fact, resonate with what you're saying as well, because we've seen new product introduction or the R&D timelines crash by roughly about 40 to 50% because of more technology and AI being used on those lines, right? And we spoke of because so much access to consumer data that you have across variety of these platforms. Just now probably get to some more interesting questions for each of you in your own context at your organizations. Probably Sunil, I'll start with you. Saying that today companies are facing real fragmentation paradox, right? We said one SKU to serve the whole country really doesn't work, right? Or a single category. Now we said we'll need multiple variants just because of the way we are, unique tastes, preferences. You'll see profiles change every 200 odd kilometers, right? So for a portfolio as broad as what you have at Tata Consumer, how do you manage this complexity of delivering differentiated value across all these segments while keeping the brand and consumer experience consistent?
So if our whole objective is to become a large premier FMCG company, right? So if you've got to do that, you've got to play multiple categories and enter different geographies, different segments, and therefore you will create complexity. The categories that we're entering, we've carefully thought through that we will succeed at scale in each of these categories and multiple stuff. And I think I've mentioned this multiple times, the most important item being the trust deficit, because the Tata name, the minute it enters a category, there's trust and the consumer, I have to spend less to educate and sample with the customer. But as we do this, I think the critical piece that we keep in mind is we've got to launch products depending on consumer needs, right? And the shopping missions. And the same consumer over a period can change. For example, on a Monday, the consumer will look for wellness. On a Wednesday, the consumer is looking for convenience. On a Saturday, it's indulgence, right? So you've got to cater to that. And then it's the same consumer is going through multiple channels. It's not that it's only one channel or the other. And each channel serves a purpose. General trade serves assurance and trust because that Kirana fellow has been there forever.
True.
Modern trade gives you an experience and assortment, and people like walking down the aisles. Quick commerce and commerce, e-commerce in general, price discoverability and comparisons, and quick commerce gives you convenience. So you've got to play across this. So you've got to address the different consumer need states as well as make sure you are adapted to all the channels as well. So we follow 2 or 3 broad principles when we are expanding. We're building platform brands, right? So the same product might travel across different platform brands. And so for example, Tata Simply Better is for wellness. Tata Sampan, we call it Sarvagun Sampan, right? It is authentic nature. So ghee, for example, right? launched some, we are going to launch some. So we'll have organic ghee, we'll have regular ghee in Sampan, we'll take out some of the nasties as the consumer perceives it, and it will be Tata Simply Better. And then we have launched something from Uttarakhand called Pahadi ghee. So it's ghee, but catering to different consumer segments. So you might call it complications, but we're catering to ghee the consumer needs. That's number one. Number two is anything and everything that you do will be modular addition or subtraction, right? So we've got dry fruits, we've got base dry fruits with Sampan, but then we've added flavored, salted, etc. with Simply Better for snacking. So it's the same back end, but just modular things on the front end. And then for channels, then you do the pack price and assortment. So yes, there will be complexity, but as long as you've got a thought through method to it, I think you can deal with it.
Thanks. Thanks so much for covering that. Rakshit, if you could, help, address the next question. You also touched upon this, right? Saying rural India is now outpacing urban, as a growth engine for packaged foods. Now, given Britannia's deep general trade reach, how is your channel mix evolving to, capture that? And looking further out, do you see e-commerce, quick commerce ever meaningfully reach rural India? Or this is, a top, 50, 60 city phenomenon? And, or will GT continue to stay dominant there for the foreseeable future?
So, well, if you ask us, obviously QCOM is growing by leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
But yes, if you compare the rural channel as we define it, it is doing better than urban general trade. But there are certain dimensions, and I believe that the importance of semi-urban and rural is not going to come down. Firstly, I think the disposable income on a relative basis, which people in the semi-urban and rural markets have, is better, because the squeeze on the cost of living in the bigger cities or the top tier cities, urban, is definitely high. For us, we are clearly able to see that there is robust demand, which is also driven by the fact that the GT spread is very large. See, we are also increasing our direct coverage where we go through super stockists. We are trying to ensure that we cover that directly so that the quality of presence goes up. But what is very clear is that the consumption pattern in rural India, which is largely served by GT, is a move towards premiumization, a move forward from unorganized, non-labeled brands towards branded products, and people also wanting aspirations. So that is something which is going to happen. Now, also, if you take a look at QCOM, if you take a look at a number of cities which the largest QCOM players have dark stores, is still limited to maybe 1,200, 1,300, 1,400. So it's the cost economics and the convenience of QCOM, e-com to approach rural India is a very long story. So I think the relevance of hardcore rural GT, as we call it, is going to continue and probably will keep outpacing growth from the other markets.
Thanks for sharing that. Jagrut, I'll come to you next. In most part of India, even in larger cities, right, cold drink, the real competition isn't a packaged brand, but it is, what you would, get, locally, right? It could be a sugarcane juice or Nibu Pani, right, or a lassi for a fraction of the price, right? So that is, you're all fighting for the same share of throat. So it's very, different competitive set than, competing with another brand. So in a category where there's so much consumption still exists outside the organized or, package ecosystem, what does value actually mean, to you and the Indian consumer in terms of, price, trusts, look at convenience, right? And how do you, compete with something so local?
I think it's a great question. The opportunity is not only on beverage. If you think about it, in most of the food beverage company, the unpackaged or unorganized sector is pretty big. And it also comes into beverage also. But let me give you some statistics, right? Our beverage per caps, packaged per caps, is even lower than Pakistan. So look at the size of the opportunity that you have. Same thing when you look at our snacks package. It's the categories which we play in, salty snacks, including namkeens and all. It's less than 1 kilo. US is at 12. Okay? That's the size. So that's where I think when the minister was trying to get into how can we make into packaged food and stuff. So that's the size of opportunity. So we don't see unpackaged or unorganized as competition. It just makes us be grounded and humbled that there's a consumer and there's a shopper who's finding value to go and consume that product for a certain reason. Now, that's what excites us. The exciting part is keep spending time on understanding why that consumer is spending that money, that time, that energy on that product. Okay, and what does that value mean for them? And what we've realized more often than not, value is not unidimensional, saying that, okay, it's because it's cheap price point. No. There are people who are drinking nimbu pani for hydration.
True.
Okay? But they need consistent, good quality hydration. And that's where our packaged product came into play called Nimbus. Right? Nimbus is it's a fantastic example, taking a street product into a packaged format, but ensuring great quality of PepsiCo, consistent quality of PepsiCo, but being local and getting those insights over there and moving with it. And that's how we just pick up examples like that, keeping ourselves humbled, understanding what the consumer needs, and then design the value for it. As I said, value can be price point, it is quality, it's trust, as Sunil and all was saying.
True.
Okay, it's the package.
Yeah.
It's a combination of all of that.
All of
and just be maniac about it and build on that opportunity because the size is still huge and both can coexist. That's the way we are looking at it.
Interesting, thank you. Tarun, I'll ask the next question to you. Also a lot discussed around this topic in the opening session, right? So consumers are reading more labels now than ever before, right? Checking sugar, additives, clean label cues, traceability, right? And before even they look at price, right? So this is maybe does it even qualify for me to consume? But that same environment cuts both ways, right? It could also very easily lead to unverified, de-influencing a post about a health claim, which can now travel faster than any brand's ability to kind of quickly kind of respond, right, in a food category. And when we spoke of trust, right, and if something incidents like these do happen, then it just erodes trust, and once that's done, it's very difficult to bring back. The whole consumer confidence gets shaken. So for a company that's built almost entirely built on health credibility, what's the scrutiny, and is this really a you look at this as a headwind, or you look at this as more vulnerability?
So all these bring all these things together, both vulnerability, tailwinds, headwinds of their own kinds. So let me just split this question into parts. First, I think consumers reading the labels is actually a good thing. I think when consumers read the labels, they understand what they're consuming, and from our perspective, we've always stood for providing the right products to the consumers for decades, and therefore I gave that example earlier as well, that when we said reduce sugar and offering sugar-free, we've been very upfront about it. So in a way, I mean, most people would agree, if you're making your product scientifically, if your recipes are built for consumers' health, I mean, everyone would support consumer education, consumer reading the labels, and making the right choices. So in a way, I would see it as a tailwind for the entire food industry. There would be some exceptions, but I think it's also a pressure from the consumers. We each one of us respond to what consumers is looking for, seeking, and we'll adapt ourselves. So if we have got something which was not so relevant earlier, relevant today, we will adapt. That's why relaunching, reformulations really happen. And therefore, in a way, it's a better connect of the product to the consumer. And this will really help us serve the consumers better, whether in urban, rural, or wherever it is. Now, the second part of the question, and which is coming from the environment where there is the role of influencers, and it's no more a broadcast, we advertise, and the consumers know us through that. But there is a whole lot of social media influencing, de-influencing, which is happening, and that's impacting the whole environment. From our perspective, everyone's talking about number of influencers you have, Advertisers have talked about the army of influencers that have, because consumers want to know more and they just don't want to hear the manufacturer's voice. What is making today a big impact is the fact that some of the people, through good reason and quite often not so good reason, are reaching out to a de-influencing part, where they're reaching out to a way where they're sometimes over highlighting what is already in the ingredient. So saying, oh, it has that. Consumers know this, it's available on the label. Sometimes challenging even the regulatories, which is where I think some impact has to happen. But the fact is, and I'm sticking to the main thing, that when some of these people say something which is irresponsible, which is incorrect, it breaks the trust for the brand. And as brand owners who really, some of the very, very strong legacy brands, for us, we always look at it that it's a point of concern. We may not choose to inform, because it's by the time you'll respond, the voice has already gone today. The negative word spreads much faster. So and this morning also there was, MOFP secretary talked about 2 committees formed. For us, I think one thing that we do is, we know the world is going to be like this. Our action has to be, we do everything which is science-based in the right interest of the consumers. You can't keep explaining it to all the consumers all the time. But if you've got the consumer interest in at the back of your mind and you build it right, I think it'll stand the test of time and scrutiny. We'll deal with this and keep focusing more on the positive side of it. But the environment is, like you said, there is the opportunity and there is a challenge which all of us face.
Thank you. Thanks. Sanjay, this question's to you. Now, Indian consumers are increasingly experimenting with both regional as well as global flavors, right? And from whether it's Korean to Japanese formats to even specific varieties of chili from certain parts of the country, right? And because India is known also for its regional cuisines. So how does Orkla India decide which of these emerging trends are worth building into core businesses of MTR or Eastern versus better left to specific niche players?
Yeah, thanks for that. I think that's a very interesting question and a very real question in our lives. I would say that, let me start by saying that I think there are 2 fundamental shifts that have happened. I think first shift is with the consumer, okay? The consumers, the new generation of consumers which are coming in are far more open to accepting packaged food, right? They don't, unlike our mothers or our wives who had a very high barrier to adopting packaged foods, these people see packaged food as an enabler. Second thing is that, the level of migration that has started to happen from one part of the country to another. People are moving into job centers and moving away from their houses, living alone in cities like Bangalore, Bombay, Delhi and other places. You are starting to see them moving away from home and they have to form their own kitchens. Their level of knowledge is very, very poor. Their travel abroad is much easier. Knowledge is available at their fingertip. I think this is one big trend that is happening. The second trend that is happening is the fact that unlike the previous generation, in this generation, food is in your face. Okay, a lot is written about food. A lot is put on Instagram, YouTube, recipes are there. There's so much of influence of food and culture which is coming into people's lives. And therefore, there are multiple opportunities that come up, right? At Orkla India, I think for us, I think there are 3 key factors that we look at when we are looking at what is happening around us, okay? And the first factor we look at it is what is the relevance and longevity of this trend? Is it an influence which is coming in? Or is this something that is coming out of a structural shift? If it is just an influence of a culture which is coming into your lives, is it really sustainable? Because at the end of the day, people consume what is very closely linked to their culture, how they have grown up eating food over a period of time. Of course, many of these Western cultures which are coming into our lives are already have a fundamental platform of convenience, and therefore convenience drives consumption. Now, will you start using gochujang in your everyday cooking? Will you start having bibimbap in your everyday cooked e-food is a real big question mark. So is it just
Correct.
an influence to a small sect of people, or is it a structural shift? Okay, migration has happened. I'm away from my house. A real need comes up.
Those
right?
are
And
more
therefore,
likely to
do you
stay.
really want to consider this trend or not is a big question. That's the first platform. The second thing that we look at it is this trend scalable? You know, scalability means, can it run across different target groups? Does it run across geographies? Does it run across different kinds of towns, town classes? And if it is not able to move across socioeconomic classes or town classes or geographies, which is the regions of India that we have, because each region has a different kind of food and a different kind of taste palette. If it is not able to do it, then it is not really a scalable trend. And the third platform that we look at is that, is this something that fits in with the brand ethos of the brands that we have? We have two brands, MTR and Eastern. Does it fit into our this thing? I think the more important thing to read out of this question is the fact that there is an increased trend for experimentation. There is an increased desire to eat food that is not from your culture. And unlike most other people who look at India as one country, we look at India as 29 different markets, because 29 different cuisines live in this country. And I think that the right thing to look at is that today, through the influence of Instagram or the recipes that are available, there is increased experimentation that is happening in the households. And how do brands like ours, which are heralders of authenticity and reflections of culture, are able to bring some of these things and make regional cuisines travel across. Idli dosa has already traveled across small towns of India. How can we take more of our regional influences across India? And I think that opens out a whole different dimension of how we want to leverage trends.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, all of you. You know, it's a very esteemed set of panel members that I got a chance to interact with. Thanks for sharing all your views, whether it was focusing on it's not health versus, indulgence or affordability. It's more how do you provide healthier options, whether we spoke of trust, we spoke of moving FMCG, putting the F at the end to make it more frictionless for our consumers. Rural's here to, definitely stay, but while, we are seeing e-commerce, quick commerce take center stage. We spoke of influencers. I think we've covered, a whole host of topics, and thank you so much for candidly sharing your views. Really appreciate all the insights that you've shared with the audience here, but I'll just maybe request all of you to stay on for another 5 minutes, and if there are any couple of questions from the audience, we could take that right before we move to the next session. There's one question there.
It was very exciting panel. Many thanks. I wanted to seek some observation from the safety side of it. So when we talk of health, so how the trend is towards the safe food. We heard clean labeling, but for export products, traceabilities are important and all. From PepsiCo, it was great to hear the working with 30,000 farmers. But is Indian market also graduating to safe and so-called, comprehensive healthy products? Thank you.
I think that's a very interesting question. It depends upon how you define safe food. Are you alluding towards better standards of hygiene and good manufacturing practices and food safety, or are you referring to ingredients being more safer without pesticides, without chemicals and additives? I think on the first platform, there is a lot of awareness, there's a lot of drive by the regulator, and I think our food regulator is far more organized today in terms of driving that. So level of food safety standards is going up, the awareness levels are going up, and it's becoming increasingly important to buy good, safe food. On the second thing, which is really about the pesticides and the chemicals that are used in our foods, I think that's an ongoing work that the industry is doing with the government we have raised this issue up several times that, you know, the food processing industry is not the industry which is adding chemicals to foods, right? We are the people who are sourcing foods from the farmer. So unless we don't have a platform where fundamentally we set standards for agriculture and we set standards for the level of pesticide. We train our farmers to use pesticides in a structured, in a systematic manner, in the right quantities, and not do over spraying of these things. The real issue of pesticides and chemicals in our foods is not really going to go away. Of course, one other very big thing which is happening in the country, and it gets with the social media platform, the regulator does come under a lot of unfair and one-sided pressure, is the fact that we are looking at the regulatory standards. We are aligning our standards with Codex. I think there's a huge thing being done along with Codex. And when we are raising limits of pesticides from 0.01 to 0.1, you know, the influencer and the social and the NGO world is going and criticizing the regulator, but not really. Basically what they are doing is giving half-baked information out. In fact, if you look at it, if the global community is accepting these standards of pesticides and chemicals in our food, then why is India not going to take that standard up? So I think there is a huge need to improve, align our standards with the international standards, as well as to manage the level of narratives that are built against the regulators. I think, but the fundamental problem still remains at the agriculture level.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Amreen. I'm from Biofuel India Limited. Since we are talking about consumer health, traceability, transparency, and trust, so my question comes from a challenge we face every day in the field. It is directed to Marico and brands like Cargill, who, as manufacturers of fresh edible oil, and PepsiCo as a company that generates significant amount of used cooking oil to its operations. And India is the world's second largest consumer of edible oil, yet it is estimated that over 70% of used cooking oil from commercial kitchens re-enters the food chain through informal sector, posing a serious health risk to the consumers. So as a responsible brand, what concrete steps are you taking to prevent expired edible oil and used cooking oil from entering the food chain? And looking ahead, do you see the possibility of extended producer responsibility framework for edible oil, like other sectors in plastic waste management, and to strengthen the traceability and enforcement basically for the same? That's my question.
That's a lot of question. Let me try to answer some of that, what I can, right? Yes, we make snacks loved by Indian consumers, and palm oil and rice bran oil is part of our snack. And we have traceability. We buy our palm and rice bran oil from our approved suppliers. Our R&D does extensive qualifications before we even start using it in our product. We do extensive trials over there, and we have pretty reasonable visibility of what we are buying and where we are sourcing from. And we are pretty responsible also from the regenerative part, because if you think about it, in our vision, PEP positive is extremely important. So we work with our suppliers, specifically on palm oil, where we ensure that we are working with in a regenerative practice manner so that we can keep our planet safe. So that's the specific question on oil on our product. So I don't think consumers should have any doubt of what we are putting in our product. We have global standards. That's what we also adhere in our local manufacturing processes. Not only just local standards, but also wherever standards for us are extremely high, we would use the highest level of those standards to operate.
Thank you. I think we are just about time. So We'll have to close the session. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for all your valuable insights. Really appreciate it.
For that wonderful session, I would request our esteemed panel to come forward for a group photograph, please. And ladies and gentlemen, requesting all our guests to kindly remain seated as we straightaway move into the proceedings of the next session. Our next thematic session is on marketing in the era of algorithms from reach to precision. We would request you to kindly remain seated. Give us a moment to arrange the top table for the next session. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we move to thematic session 2, titled Marketing in the Era of Algorithms from Reach to Precision. And this session will explore how brands can balance personalization with authenticity, use AI responsibly, and transform precision-led marketing into stronger consumer trust and enduring loyalty. And to moderate this important session, we are pleased to welcome Ms. Karishma Gupta, partner Deloitte, who brings valuable expertise in consumer strategy, digital transformation, and evolving market dynamics. Is a distinguished consulting professional with 25 years of experience in helping brands transform how they engage and transport with consumers. She has led large-scale assignments at the intersection of strategy, creativity, and technology, with a strong focus on digital platforms, consumer experience, and organizational transformations. So let's put our hands together to welcome Ms. Karishma Gupta, partner Deloitte. Inviting and joining her on the panel is Mr. Hemant Malik, Executive Director Officer ITC Limited and Divisional Chief Executive Officer ITC Foods. Let's put our hands together to welcome Sir. We also are honored to welcome Mr. Prashant Paris, General Manager Mars Snacking India, who brings rich experience in brand building, consumer engagement, and growth in the snacking factory. We welcome on the panel Mr. Shashi Ranjan, Managing Director, Danone India Limited, who brings over 2 decades of experience in corporate leadership, strategic management, and organizational transformation. We welcome Mr. Sameer Jain, President India, Mondelez India Foods Private Limited, who is an accomplished consumer goods leader with wide-ranging experience across marketing, sales, finance, procurement, supply chain, and general management. And ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Mr. Manish Bandish, Managing Director, Alana Consumer Products Limited, a distinguished industry leader with over 25 years of experience across FMCG, manufacturing, and retail. And I invite Mr. Shrikant Kanhare, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, AWL Agribusiness Limited, a qualified chartered accountant and cost accountant with nearly 3 decades of leadership experience in business management, strategy, finance, governance, and transformation. And before I hand over the session to our distinguished moderator, may I request everyone to kindly be seated, please. All our guests in the front of the stage are kindly requested to take their seats. We have some very esteemed dignitaries on the panel and about to begin the proceedings. All the ladies in the front, may I request you all to kindly be seated. Ma'am, if you could kindly step to a side and take your conversation forward.
Hi, everyone. Hello?
And let's put our hands together to welcome our panel on the stage. And over to you, ma'am, to take the discussions forward.
Thank you very much. So the only thing that separates us from lunch, which is food, is a conversation on marketing on food. So let's get started so that we can actually get to the food, real food with all this talk of food, right? So while presenting the report, I think Avinash started by telling us that we are at a 600 billion opportunity for India's food processing business, right? And it's amazing, right? While we work on capitalizing that, we also have to understand that how do we really get to an end consumer, which is actually changing the way they consume, right? Earlier, you used to advertise something, you liked it and you went and bought it. But now with Instagram, with like so many other platforms, add to it the Q-commerce, everything has changed. The marketing has changed from broad brush communication to precision, to targeting, to algorithm, and to personalization, right? And add to it the ever coming trends. Today, egg is good, tomorrow egg is bad, egg yellow, consume, don't consume, consume protein, 100 grams of protein, God knows what all, right? And everything is changing, the trends are changing, influencers are changing, and it is adding to all the way it's adding to the complexities of how do we navigate, how do we get our brands out to the market, right? So while precision may have improved the efficiency and measurability, it has also added to the stress that we have to navigate and compounded by the new challenges, right? How do we retarget? How do we target? How do we have the reduce the reliance on dominant platforms? How do we kind of challenge the algorithms? Then come to it, since it is food, health, nutrition, trust, privacy, yada, 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 and the list goes on. But since still we are getting all the goodness of Mars chocolate to Cadbury's chocolate to Ashirwad Atta, and I have a very esteemed panel, add to it the fortune. It's amazing panel that we have. So very fortunate to have this panel. So welcome esteemed panel. So let's get started, and let's get started with talking about ITC, right? If we talk about ITC, we all know that it is a very trusted brand. Every household will have at least 10 products of ITC, right? Very diverse food business. Earlier it was long shelf products, sir, but now we have launched, Mr. Hemant, the soul creations, the baked good, so on and so forth, right? So earlier it was the physical shelf, and now it is the digital shelf and almost real on-time demand on the hyper-personalization, right? So with the precision market that has changed, how are you reaching out to the customers and ensuring that this is becoming a blueprint and the right thing to do? And how successful do you think it has been?
Thank you, Karishma. When you were reading or talking about how the whole landscape has changed, and I think from marketing perspective, the world has really transformed in the last few years. You talked about, you want me to respond, of course we have a large portfolio, you want me to respond on the fresh part of our business. I believe that is one consumer trend that is a challenge, which will be a challenge for packaged foods going forward, would be that consumer would want packaged food, but which is fresh, so shorter shelf life. And shorter shelf life comes with its own challenge of supply chain complexity, right? Because if you have a shelf life, so we've, we are in the atta business, and we realize that there is a set of consumers who will not know how to make pulkas and rotis. Right. And therefore, we have launched 5-day shelf life uncooked chapatis. All you have to do is just put it onto the micro or on the tawa, and the chapati is ready. And we found that there is a big shift that is taking place, and people are quite, because you can't get away from not eating chapatis, right? Because you're brought up on that, but you don't know how to make it. And similarly, we've looked at now fresh chutneys that have gone into the marketplace, right? Yeah. We're looking at fresh cookies, right? That is one part of the business. The second is in terms of looking at fresh food itself, right? And soulful creation, which is like what you can buy through Cloud Kitchen. In all of this, finally, when it's a new product, you're trying to create a new segment, you need to understand how do you target that consumer. I think that's, and that I think through digital has made it a little easier, right?
Yeah.
Because you can, of course, personalize the messaging, and at the same time you can be more precise in terms of who you want to reach. So that does make a difference, does make it a little easier. But I think the larger point when it comes in terms of, for me, from this portfolio perspective, is the supply chain, is the supply chain variability, is the ability to forecast the demand, is the ability that if something is not got sold, how do you kind of recycle? You can't recycle these products because they're out of the shelf life, so how do you even dispose them? There was a question in terms of hold oil disposal, and it's quite a genuine question.
Yeah.
And the same thing that happens with any food product, and there are
Right.
some debates that we are having on FSSAI even in terms of the expiry part of it. So it's an interesting space, lots is changing, and we have to keep on adapting along with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think you made a very good point on how do we get rid of it, right? So one of our clients, again in the food business, we are trying to see the bad good, right? So the problem that they're wanting to solve is that how do we use the data that is available to figure out where the bad goods are, so that instead of changing the expiration date, they're able to take it off the shelf, right? So that is again like a big issue of what we are facing. And talking about the supply chain and physical availability of products, Mr. Prashant, right? Mars spent decades, like years, in building the product which is there right at where the customers are. Right? So every time you will go to a checkout counter, when we did go to physical stores, right? Now it is all Blinkit and so on and so forth, a Snicker or a Mars product would be there, right? So it was all about the physical shelf availability. So in the era of precision targeting and in the era of ensuring that if a consumer is ordering from a Blinkit or from an Amazon Now or whatever, how are you leveraging your marketing to be at the forefront to ensure not just the availability, but also the visibility of the products in your portfolio?
Oh, thanks, Karishma. That's a great question. A lot has changed in the world of marketing thanks to the evolution of a channel like quick commerce. But some of the fundamentals haven't changed. So right from the early days, as a marketer, you'd focus on two things, right? One is mental availability and the other is physical availability. So the first thing you want to do is you want to make sure that when somebody wants, whether it's a chocolate, whether somebody wants a gum, or even somebody is looking for a breakfast product or a potato chip, your brand is top of mind. Yeah, it's aspirational, it's relevant, it's top of mind.
Right.
And that was a lot that went into the mental availability. Interestingly, that part doesn't change, right? You still need your brand to resonate with consumers in a way that when they see it, they want to pick it up, right? Because the conversion is important. What has changed is the physical availability. Now, with quick commerce growing the way it has, there is a sea change in terms of you needing to not just be on a shelf, but naturally be a very important part of the algorithm by which people go and find products on a quick commerce or a d-commerce channel, right? The thing is, the principles don't change. In the time when modern trade came in, you changed your way of working to say, understand how shoppers behave when they enter the store, where they go, what time they spend, and you modified the way you got your brands physically available. The same principles still apply because you somewhere need to understand what does the shopper do when they get onto onto an app. How many of them go straight into search? How many of them browse? And according to that, you need to, play your spends. You need to play your presence of your brand. Where do you advertise? Where do you just ride on the organic reach that your brand and mental availability your brand already has? So while the world has changed because of quick commerce very quickly, I don't think the fundamentals of what you do as a marketer has actually changed that much. The data that you have is now very, very rich. That's the biggest difference. So what you've got to do is change the ability of your team to actually take on this huge reams of data and analyze it. This is where AI comes in, because naturally with the right partners and the right capability internally, you can analyze this data far better. You know what to do with it and therefore what actions to be taken. And I think what people have always grappled with is the so what. As reams of data comes in, sometimes it's a little overwhelming. I think we and Mars we take a lot of pride in the fact that we have a very good so what to be done, so what's the action kind of a mindset and capability that we built internally, which I think helps us in the market.
Very rightly said, right? So what to be done and the job to be done, right? Talking about data and personalization, Mr. Sameer, Mondelez has been at the forefront, right? All of us know of those ads that came in during Diwali, the Kinara, your regular Kirana store, rather than like ordering from online to like getting your picture clicked, which was like way before we started talking about the AI, right? So you do have a lot of data personalization, AI, and the quick commerce that you're looking at. Looking back, if we look back, what do you think was the flip point or tipping point for Mondelez to turn towards that, right? To turn towards the precision targeting, not just for the customers, but also from the supplier end, right? And how are the decisions being made today as compared to 3 to 5 years ago?
Thanks, Karishma. And I think at the Mondelez, I think we have been really working hard on transforming data and digital and how do we really think about from a consumer lens out there. I think a lot has changed in the 5 years, and Hemant talked about it, Prashant talked about it in the end. There has been a phenomenal amount of fragmentation of media. The way a consumer consumes content and the quantum of content being consumed has changed a lot in the last 5 or 6 years. Linear TV, connected TV, OTT, YouTube, digital. So the whole formats have changed significantly over the last many years. And we are doing different things out here. So let me talk about a few things out here. The first is conventionally used to talk about reach and frequency. The way we would deploy our media. And we realized that that's not the only metric we should be looking at. We are moving to a system where we're saying, is it only about reach or it's also about attentive reach in the end? Is the consumer paying is it an active viewing or is it a passive viewing of what the media you are targeting at the consumer? And we realized that there's a huge difference between active viewing and passive viewing and the impact it has basically on the brand imagery and how the brand resonates with the consumer. So there's a whole shift which you're trying to move from from a passive viewing to an active viewing and driving more attentive reach over the last few years. I think the second area is the whole in the area of the attention span of the consumers. As the quantum of content which is being consumed has gone up significantly, the attention span of the consumer has reduced a lot in the end. You tend to flip a lot much more than what you would do earlier, which means that you need to have stronger insights on your brands. You need to have strong brand propositions and some great creative ideas to really stick with the consumer. And that's where I think the whole role of our media partners and our agency partners come into the picture. A lot of the work that you talked about is happening thanks not only to the inside team, but also working closely with the partners in getting those great creative stuff out. The third is in the entire era of personalization. And because digital content consumption has increased, the ability to personalize is also increased, gone manyfold in the end. And also further with the quick commerce advent of the last few years which we see. We have a lot of first-party data right now. And a lot of the things which we now deploy digitally is using the learnings from our FPD data in terms of what is the brand affinity, which brands, location, gender. So in fact, a lot of our spends which we do on digital, we use our own FPD data and try and marry with the data which the digital consumers are. And then we try and deploy a lot of our media. So these are the 2 or 3 things which I talked about as a shift which we have seen in the last 4 or 5 years, given the very dramatically changing media landscape.
Thank you, Mr. Sameer. And I think you said it very well, that personalization and the use of first-party data. And more than personalization, I think we're also shifting to the context-based personalization, not just like simple personalization, but context-based personalization. So taking the topic further ahead, we talked about the data, we talked about the AI. Now let's talk a little bit about the trust in the brands, right? And how do we, because it's food, right? It's something that everybody is consuming. And then there are random influencers who will call the brand out, right? That, okay, what you're consuming is not right. Whether it's rightfully based on facts or no, right? So Mrs. Shashi, moving to you, and given that health and nutrition is perhaps the category where the trust is most important, right? So how are you and Dannon personalizing the health messaging without over-talking about overkilling on the engagement, overkilling on the mass messaging, overkilling on the commercial aspect of it, because that's another thing that puts off the consumers of today. Do you think there's a version of personalization that you plan to use and are using currently, which is building the trust in these categories, trust-sensitive categories? Or do you think that it is becoming exceedingly difficult to do that because every messaging out could be misconstrued, misinterpreted, and sent out?
Thanks, Karishma. I think it's a great question. So if you look at food and nutrition as a segment or as a category, I think the single biggest currency in this segment is trust. And when we talk about trust, why it is so important and why it is so different compared to other categories? Because here, if you go wrong, it could impact your health outcome.
Yeah.
And hence, each one of us need to behave and act responsibly. And if I look at Danone, for us, personalizer is not just, or does not start with even product. It starts with understanding the customer needs, leveraging digital tools, science-based screening. In fact, just to give an example, even within India, we had tied up with state governments, say Uttar Pradesh, where we are screening hundreds of thousands of kids about iron deficiency. And once you identify those needs, then you figure out, okay, if there is at all any nutrition gap or deficiency. So for us, personalization starts with understanding customer needs or nutritional gaps, and then you identify whether is there any need to intervene. The intervention could be education, intervention could be dietary patterns, intervention could be even suggesting them to meet a healthcare professional, not necessarily our product. So that's one of the important things which you look at. The second thing is sometimes personalization, or rather many times we also see the reason why people feel a bit scared of personalization or over-personalization is because personalization should ideally reduce the commercial bias. Personalization is not just about thrusting product that, okay, buy my product. And that's where, I mean, at least at Danone, we have twin R&I facility. One at Netherlands, Utrecht, and second is a sister facility in France, Saclay. And we mimic or we create or we do extensive research on biome and gut to see what could be potential impact of different kind of food.
Oh.
And hence for us, we use 3 filters from a marketing perspective when we communicate anything. The first filter is it grounded by science? Can you prove it? That there is a significant or there is a measurable benefit or real world evidence. The second filter is it relevant? Let's remove the product side of it. Is the message still relevant for the customer? And that's why I said removing commercial bias. The third element is it transparent? And that's where riskier or safer personalization comes to picture. If you remove the product, still if that message is relevant for consumer, then possibly that's a safer personalization. And that's where I think it's true for all of us, and at least at Danone we take it really close to our heart, that any message which goes to customer should be first solving the customer need. Business comes second, because when we do it, we might not generate sales for the first time, but what we earn is trust and long-term trust. And that's what, I mean, at least organizations like us has built our legacy and brands where people trust and people believe in it. So that's what I would say.
Thank you so much. And you said, like, I think it hit the point that, you know, first know your customer, second know your product, and third is the transparency, right? The relevance, transparency, and the personalization. Taking the trust bit to ahead, Mr. Shrikant, Fortune is one of the brands which is like most trusted, right? It is the largest, one of the largest brands that's got like enough trust into everyday household of the customer, right? Now the digital shelves, and obviously it was built through mass communication, right? Now with the digital shelf, algorithm-based decision making, and like, you know, allowing brands to tailor experiences more precisely than before, right? As you think about the next phase and also the upcoming generations which will be choosing the product on the digital shelf, how does your precision becomes like a true competitive advantage, do you think? Or do you think that you have to what is it that you have to do really to kind of stay ahead of the competition there?
Thank you. I think it's a very relevant question in today's world. If you look at, in a last decade or so, I think that the way companies distribute their products has significantly gone change. And everyone sitting in this room will agree that earlier were the days, the business models always used to be a distribution heavy models, wherein you build a good distribution, distribute your product length and breadth across the country, and I agree, most of us in some or other review must have listened this from the leaders who try to push the distribution, is saying that jo dikhta hai wo bikta hai, right? I think those days are gone now, that jo dikhta hai wo bikta hai bikega, but not necessarily, because the consumer preferences are changing big time. Consumer understand the product labeling, ingredients, everything. So while distribution remains one of the focus, there are a lot of things which have changed over last decade or so, that the multiple channels have come. So it's no more a general trade where you go to a Kirana store or a mom and pop store and buy your product. There are n number of channels now which are available, which is an alternate channel, which is large format store, quick com, e-com, even your app based or a D2C. So consumer is connecting with the companies very directly, and companies are able to get a lot of consumer insights into understanding what exactly they want in terms of the product, trust and quality. The other thing which have changed very significantly is the consumer touch points with the company or with the manufacturer has gone manifold, because now consumer is in touch with most of the companies through a social media handle, or whether it is a OTT or whether it is an app based. So companies are able to get a lot of data, insights, and how are you using it to make the product more relevant and more suitable for the consumer. Consumer has become a more important thing. And other things, of course, and I agree, Fortune has been built on a very distribution heavy model, where we have today reached more than 2.5 million outlets and all that kind of stuff. But to answer your question very straight, I think the data which you generate from all the consumer interaction, are you using that data to make your product relevant, pricing relevant, and make it more benefit to the companies more? So rather than using a precision only for a consumer connect, it goes beyond that. Are you able to plan better demand planning? Are you able to place the product better, in price better? And I think that is what we feel at a Fortune have now started doing more, rather than only ensuring that your product is available across the country.
Yeah. No, very true. And I think Mr. Hemant also mentioned about the distribution, about where the customers are, we just have to work. I personally feel that brands have to work harder, especially the established brands, right? Because the new age brands that are coming, suddenly one day new cold pressed oil, or Two Brother Farms, or there's inflow of content and inflow of food products, which one to pick and how to pick, and if it is available, right? Now talking about that, Mr. Manish, right? And I think you led a very good segue to the question for Mr. Manish. Your brand has been traditionally export and institutional oriented, and just getting into the day-to-day consumer brand, right? And you're helping the transition of the business. Do you think that with your strengths, right, but the changing journey of a consumer, or changing consumer journey as we call it in our lingo, is it more difficult to kind of market your product? Because it's again you're doing precision marketing, you're doing algorithm-based marketing, context-driven personalization, or do you think it is much easier that you can learn from your competition and go with the trends of marketing, if we may say so.
Thanks a lot, Karishma. And just to give a little bit of a background to Alana, because Alana is not a household name like ITC or Danone or any other company sitting here, my colleague sitting here. Alana is a 20-odd thousand crore organization in India, and we're a 5-star trading house and big time into protein space. And unlike perception, Karishma, that you may have, there are some categories in which Alana is very well established in India as well. So we are into edible oils, we are into many other categories in bakery and fruits and vegetables as well. Now coming back to your question, over the last 35, 40 years in which I have spent in the industry, I've seen multiple phases in which the overall consumer space has moved from a very traditional mindset of wide distribution, which we used to do 30, 40 years back, to brand recall and consideration sets and stuff like that. There's a big movement which has happened in the last 15, 20 years, first to modern trade, which was something which was supposed to disrupt the Indian market. And then the last 10, 12 years came e-commerce, and now in the 5, 6 years post-COVID, I think the quick commerce has made its own impact in the Indian industry. Besides the channels of distribution, I think one of the biggest change which has happened over the last few years is the consumer space. But I think when we look at the generation which is coming up today, Gen Z is a very often used word for the generation which is coming up now, but even the people who are 25 odd years, who are going to be our future consumers, I think big time change is happening with these consumers, unlike the age group which is sitting on this dais. They are much more aware of what they are eating, what they're consuming. They know exactly how much protein they need to consume, how much carbs they need to consume, how much exercise they need to do. So from that perspective, if we look at the opportunity for a brand which wants to establish itself, or a category which wants to establish itself, I think the opportunities are immense. While distribution remains definitely a core area where any company would like to invest behind, but I personally feel that is up to a particular scale. There's a lot of channels which are today available with the consumers. I think the overall paradigm has shifted from basic views to share of search and conversion rates, which most of the new age brands today are talking about. And from distribution channel, I think the shift has happened towards primary high intent discovery tools, which we today call algorithm trading. And look at the fact that when India talks about precision strikes in Operation Sindoor, today all the companies and marketing are actually doing the same thing. We are actually talking about precision strike towards the consumer. I mean, today tools are available, like Hemant also mentioned. I mean, we are able to actually pinpoint our consumer, what kind of consumer we want to target, which competition we want to target. All those tools are so easily available. If the organizations can develop strength and data analytics around that space, I think it is not necessary to start a brand and start a space or a category and target specific relevant customers for yourself. As you grow, obviously, distribution definitely becomes important. And I think for any small organization or a mid-sized organization, today the opportunities is immense in terms of being able to promote your category or your brand against a well-established player which is already in the market.
No, absolutely, and very well said. Talking about the integration and changing company direction, Mr. Prashant, integration of Mars and Kellanova, right? So very strong brands, they're brought together under both brands had a strong portfolio, right? And both brands had like the first party data, the personalization, the strong set of consumers and so on and so forth, right? Typically, we have seen that mergers of such strong portfolio often lead to fragmentation, right? Fragmentation in the customer data, fragmentation in the disconnected journeys, fragmentation in the consumers thinking should they still believe in that brand or no, just in case they had like two diverse opinions, right? So, given that, to bring the consistent experience as a leader, how are you bringing it all together, or how did you bring it all together? And if you could also throw some light on what was the biggest challenge, what was more challenging, right? Bringing the organization together, bringing the customers together, or bringing in the technology together?
No, thank you. This is a very live topic for me because we are in the middle of integrating the two organizations. And we are part of, we're on that journey as we speak. I think the first thing to recognize is consumers buy brands, right? And while the two organizations or companies come together, I think the most important thing that we do is we keep the brand intact. And therefore, the way the consumer experiences the brand doesn't really change. And in fact, you try and find a way to leverage the best of both worlds to actually enhance that consumer experience, especially in the way you take it to market, the way you work with your customers, and also the way you work internally as a team. You spoke about what's the biggest challenge within that entire process. I think naturally, I would say technology, because both organizations work on different platforms, different sources of data. I think technology is a challenge, but it's also a fantastic enabler. So once you can get a digital spine for your sales system, or you can get the technology for your internal data to talk to each other, it becomes a fantastic enabler. However, I will say if the technology is enabler, then the organization culture is the sustainer of what a great integration can be. Because I think we both work off two organizations with very, very strong cultures, good principles, and a very consumer-centric approach. So when you bring the culture together and you bring the people together, you start learning from each other. You actually get the best of both, and you start taking things to the next level. So if there's any one thing that I encourage people to do during a transition which involves integrating two big brands and portfolios, is always to keep a learning hat on. There's so much, even in this short period of time, that both organizations have learned from each other and leapfrog to doing things better. Yeah. Thank you.
That's amazing. Thank you very much. So we're going back to Mr. Hemant, right? ITC has definitely a strongest portfolio of standalone brands, right? People know their brands by the brand name rather than write like, it is a corporate brand. And then obviously they feel I think at least people, when they see that the corporate brand is ITC, they definitely feel like more attached to the brand, or like, do the repeat behavior. Now that was also a feature of traditional marketing, right? But now with the digital shelf, people are discovering an individual product, right? An individual brand. Whereas obviously the reach, recommendation take the shape based on that individual brand. Now, how are you working to tie the corporate brand with these individual brands in the era of digital shelf? Corporate branding tend to matter as a significant part of trust, right? So with the, with digital shelf, retail media, precision marketing, how are you actually reaching the consumers with both your individual portfolio and the corporate brand?
So I think, first of all, Karishma, your premise is not very accurate that everybody knows our brands, right? We have multiple brands, and I think each brand needs to continue to be relevant. Okay. And, the penetration opportunities in this country is huge. And so is it for many of our brands, because a lot of them have been, all ITC brands are homegrown. We have all started, some of our brands are just 5 years old, so it will take some time for them to become. But yes, we have the advantage of the ITC logo, and at a certain set of audience, that does make a significant difference from a trust perspective. I think when I look at how all this digital and quick commerce and e-commerce, and therefore how performance marketing is going, and a lot of money is being spent towards search, to me it was very exciting in the beginning, right? When it all started, and it was great, you put money on search and people will see you. And then when you really look back, you find that this is almost like when you would pay money to put up a display in a general trade outlet. Because end of the day, that is what it is doing. And now the only difference is that for the same search, now there are 10 of us bidding, and therefore what was 300 rupees per 1,000 impression has now become 1,500 rupees per 1,000 impressions. And the whole marketing system has got sucked into this doing the search bit. But I think when I look back, I said, what are you actually battling? You're battling because somebody is searching for some other name. And you are saying, I'll stand in front of you, now please look at me. I think that's lazy marketing. Because finally people need to come and buy you because of what your value proposition is going to be. And if your value proposition is not clear, then please go back, look at your product, look at your design, see what you can do, find a opportunity or a niche or a reason why somebody should buy you, so that when people search, they search you for the reason that you exist, not just by putting my face up front and say, just because I'm looking good, please buy me. So I think that's my response to it.
Thank you very much. And thank you for letting me know that you feel that the brands people don't associate with ITC. Because where I sit, I thought everybody knew. So thank you for letting me know that, right? So moving on to Mr. Shashi, right?
Karishma, is because, we sell not only in metros, we sell a lot in rural. Now,
I agree. I agree. And I got that. So the moment you said premise, I realized that it isn't about tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. It's about every place. And your products will reach out to every place, right? Whether it's a Sunfeast or an Ashirwad, right? So I got that point. Thank you very much. So Mrs. Shashi, right? Sebamed and now Protenex. 60 years or 6 decades of, the brands that were challenger brands, and now Danone, right? What did you had to unlearn? And I know it's becomes a real, you will feel it's a personal question, but in terms of marketing, what did you really unlearn from building a challenger brand to where they are to something like a legacy brand like Danone, right? Which is a global brand.
Karishma, it's an interesting question. But before I respond to this question, let me also say a couple of points. One is, yes, you need to learn or unlearn depending on the brand maturity. Sebamed was a brand which people were not aware 6-7 years back or 8 years back. Second, the category context is also different.
Yeah.
Beauty and personal care versus food and nutrition. And beauty and personal care, when you talk about this category, the discerning customers are more. A customer will continue to experiment till they find the right solution, and hence brand loyalty would be slightly lesser. And third, there are also similarities as well. So Sebamed stood for Science for Healthy Skin, and here Danone stands for Science for Nutrition. Now, coming back to the question. Yes, I had the privilege of building a business from nothing, so zero, to a unicorn in 5 years. And when you are a new entry into a category which is dominated by big players with deep pockets, my job was to create a new paradigm in a category which was emotion driven and create a functional aspect of that business. And when you do this, you start with asking right questions. Try to create a new narrative, or rather a new vocabulary. At that point in time, it was PH. And it helped because it was also rooted in science, and it was what was needed for a customer, that if I apply a particular product, I need to know that whether it would help me in sustaining my skin health, or just by consuming a product, I would not look like a film star. For that, for good or bad reason, I need to thank or curse my DNA. Not necessarily the soap or shampoo. So that was needed when you create a category or you create a new paradigm in a category, and that has helped us, and the team has done a fantastic job to make a business from zero to a unicorn in 5 years, and profitable unicorn. Now moving back, or coming to the question about Danone, or the brands which we have, whether in India you have Protenex, which has got 6 decades or more than 6 decades of legacy. We have brands elsewhere, some of the global brands like Evian, or many such brands, portfolio of really trustworthy brands. The first thing which possibly I had to be cognizant is if you have a brand with legacy of 7 decades, 8 decades, people do not buy you just because you are a newest voice in the room. They buy you because you are dependable, you are trustworthy. And don't get me wrong, let's not confuse innovation with constant change. Legacy brands are expected to innovate, they're expected to evolve, but not changing so much that nobody can recognize you. So if I look at learnings A, or rather being cognizant, because before that also I have managed brands which has got 100 years of legacy. So when you are dealing with legacy and trustworthy brands, the first element is you do not get bogged down by some of the maths or logic which Hemant also talked about. Reach, impression, conversion. Yes, these are real estate. You need to be visible, but at the same time, why do you adjust? You adjust because you are addressing a particular need gap for the customer. And hence, getting your value prop right is the most important thing, and that has to be differentiated one. The second thing is putting impetus on dependability or trust. It's a brand which has got 70 years, 80 years of legacy, the portfolio brands which you're talking about. And hence, the type of engagement could vary depending on the cohorts whom you're talking to. If it is a mother, if it is someone who is 40 plus, someone who is 50 plus versus 20 plus. It should not be looked at as a customer segment that, okay, demography 30 years, income group, and whether he is buying from quick commerce or e-commerce or GT. It's more about what are the real needs which we are solving. And the third piece, when we talk about technology, I mean, few years back it was machine learning, then we got into generative AI, then we are talking about regenerative AI. At certain point in time, this will become commodity. What will differentiate is people or marketeers who use this technology, who use these tools responsibly, and one area which cannot be replaced is HI. Human intelligence cannot be replaced by AI or for the matter any regenerative or generative tool. And what humans can bring in, and that is relevant for brands which Danone has, whether it is Protenex, whether it is Dexogrow or Eptagrow or Evian or Volvic, is humans bring in the real knowledge of how to use these insights responsibly, how to bring in right ethos, and while evolve thoughtfully so that you don't change the core of the brand. And if I talk about, say, one brand, Protenex, we stand for strength every day, and that should not change. While your narrative, while the way you engage, the platform which you use could be different, and that's how I look at things. And hence, two different elements, but Protenex, or rather Danone versus new age brands, these are two different aspects, and there are learnings from both. Thank you.
Very well said, and I totally agree with you. It's about, and I was talking to somebody, one of my clients, who said that the marketing, the reach, and digital marketing is actually steroid. But what you really need to kind of improve the health is your existence, right? Like the purpose behind the existence. So thank you so much. I think just in the interest of time, we'll just quickly have a couple of questions and then wrap up, and maybe a couple of questions from the audience. So you talked about the AI and we talked about the responsibility and the human plus intervention. So Mr. Samir, let's go to you to talk about the AI, right? Most of the AI conversations these days are around the productivity, right? Somehow a magical number, 30%, is like on everybody's this thing that AI should help improve 30% productivity, right? I don't know where that number came from, but anyways. So AI conversations are around productivity and obviously automation on a serious note. How are you seeing AI creating a competitive advantage for consumer brands such as yours?
Thanks, Rishma, again. I don't know about the number of 30 or not, but definitely productivity is on the agenda whenever you talk about AI, because I think it provides fuel for growth in the end, and that's one of the important things which you all try to do in the business. Having said that, I think from a marketing angle, if I look at it, I think there's multiple uses which you can see. It's still in the early evolution stage, I would say. Today, for example, we have lots of data. There's no shortage. In fact, there's a whole lot of data. Data coming in from household panel, from data coming in from market research, data coming in from your own secondary sales data, It's coming in from quick commerce. A lot of stuff is coming in. I think the beauty is that when you have so much of data, I think you're able to distill it far better with AI, and that leads to generation of a lot of insights, which then you can use either for innovation or for creative excellence, or whatever we call it in the end. I think so that the beauty will be, I think, in distilling a lot of this data and generating stronger insights, which can lead to better proposition for the consumers and trigger more purchase for your brands in the end. The second I would say is that a lot of work which we do today in marketing, I think with AI, that'll get probably the grunt work, you know, when you're making like stuff like posters or outside or displays or whatever, that can be done a lot much more efficiently with AI, which will mean that a lot of time will get released, you know, to do higher order creative work in the end, you know. So the time release which enable the marketeers and the agencies to focus a lot much more on generating much more sharper insights for creative excellence from a brand perspective. I think the third thing which is changing a lot, I would say, is the entire area of search in the context of AI. Today, if you go to Google and search, the first results are coming using AI. Actually, it doesn't go to brand websites and stuff like that. Now, that means that the rules of the games have changed dramatically as far as search is concerned. And then how do you really win in this new, how your brands show up in searches, it's a very different set of rule book to play with in the end. Because what it's dipping into is a very different set of databases to show how your brands come up. And I think if those who will do better, this will generate far more ROI as far as investments are concerned. These are a few areas I would say, but this is a very evolving again. True. You know, the investments tend to be very large in the end, so it's still for a lot of companies, including us, is like dipping our feet into it and trying a lot of things in the end and seeing what works in the end. But these are the broad three areas I would say clearly we can make a difference.
Right. No, and where I sit, I'm also seeing the same thing. It's a lot of trial and error. In fact, a new thing that is really kind of taking over. Earlier it used to be SEO, SCM. Now you talk about GEO and CEO, right? Which is generative engine optimization and chat conversations optimization. So, Mr. Shrikant, right? So just quickly, you know, while we talk about the AI, the efficiency and so on and so forth, in this, you know, the new avenues that are coming up, what in your point of view is creating most business value, right? If you could please talk about that.
I'll quickly answer this question because you said quickly. So
I didn't say quickly. Somebody else.
In the interest of time also, I think we will have, I mean, everyone is waiting for the lunch also. So I think in the morning, Hemant spoke about the lenses through which now the customer look at company and the product is, and the lenses are changing very fast. And one is, of course, the quality, which he said that now the quality, customer is looking at the lens from a point of view of your transparency, label, ingredients. Even some customers are going to the extent of that, are you doing a sourcing right or not? So I think all technology, whether it is a AI or digital intervention on everything, from our point of view, helps you to reach to a customer first time. And I completely agree with Hemant. The quality and the trust should speak rather than doing all this search, spending and all that. We are spending or putting more efforts on this so that at least our product gets into the Indian kitchen at least for the first time. Once it reaches, then your quality and trust should speak. So push and pull should happen. So the push should allow your product to get in, and then after that pull should work. And that's something which we are working very seriously.
Thank you so much. And continuing the same.
Was it quickly?
Very quickly, actually. So continuing on the same question, similar question on the similar lines, Mr. Manish, right? Now trying to capture the end consumer attention in today's world, do you think it is easier or is it tougher?
No, it's not easy. It's not like you do it and, like Hemant said, lazy marketing, as he mentioned. It's a new term which I've learned, thanks Hemant. Yeah. But I think lazy marketing for one organization is actually lifeline for some other organization. And from that perspective, I think it's very, very difficult depends on your size of the business, size of your budgets, size of the category you're dealing with. So anybody who's medium size, small size, to fight with category leaders is extremely tough because the share of money which big brands may have to stay on top of your algorithmically driven visibility tools is not an easy task for any smaller organization or a medium-sized organization. For us, bigger organization, spending that kind of money on these platforms is something which is increasing year on year. So from that perspective, they have to keep on innovating in terms of putting that money to a productive use. So what we used to see, POS, which we used to call earlier, point of sale merchandise, has become a digital merchandise now. And without that digital merchandise being active, most of the brands slowly may fall down on the consideration set also from the consumer perspective. Absolutely right points raised by panelists here that your legacy, your trust, your brand performance definitely matters. But from a youth perspective, I think it is extremely important that a legacy brand with a very high equity is able to maintain their hyper-personalized, algorithmically driven sales which is happening today. And I think most of the companies will have to keep on innovating, keep on looking at these data and being able to connect with the consumer in the right space.
Perfect, totally agree. And to top it all, algorithms keep on changing. So one rapid fire question before we open up to the audience. Which new capability or technology are you kind of investing in the next 1 to 2 years? Or you're thinking, right, like in the next year only? So like we can start with you, Mr. Prashant.
So if I talk about a capability we are investing now, it is on AI-driven tools in terms of supporting frontline actions. So as I said, a lot of data. How do you convert data into action? And that's the ones that we're investing mostly in right now.
Thank you so much, Prashant. Mr. Shrikant.
I think we are investing very heavily on the sales automation, right? I think we are widely distributed across India. So the more AI built into our sales understanding it would. So that's where we are putting more efforts. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hemant.
Continuous investment in people's capability.
People's capability. Thank you very much. Mrs. Samir.
AI into both sales automation and data analytics and also into marketing.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's again capability, people's capability, and how to use AI and data responsibly.
Okay. Amazing. Thank you.
My answer is not very different from other panelists. So for example, we are definitely investing behind using data analytics and to be able to launch into new categories and products.
Thank you very much. I really learned a lot, including the word lazy marketing. So thank you to everyone on the panel. It was really an enriching discussion for me. Just any questions from the from the audience for the panel?
Hello everyone, I am Lalit. I am from Food Industry Council for Skills and Innovation. So my question, as we already discussed about spending on people's capability or spending on the AI. So my question will, as algorithm and AI continue to reshape how brands engage with consumers, and what new capabilities do you believe your sales marketing team will need to stay relevant? Since the evolution is very fast, so how you see that you will bridge this skill gap in the next 5 years? Since the evolution will keep on happening, whether it's AI and algorithm. So since marketing and sales are the backbone of a business, so in what direction you will be spending to increase the capabilities and for the sales and marketing workforce?
I think change is a constant. Today we talk about AI. Yesterday we would have talked about normal analytics. Day before was technology coming into it. I think adaptability is also core to human being and therefore to management and therefore to organization. And you need to, if you've already said that this is what is going to happen, then we need to obviously adapt to that. So I think it's a continuous journey. And that's when I said that, some of us, all of us in fact said that we're investing in capabilities. Even when you said AI, it's capability, right? Because there's technology now, how will you make sure that more and more everybody in the organization can start using it? And again, after 3 years, there'll be something else that will come. So I think it's a constant evolution.
Hi everyone. First of all, thank you so much for such wonderful comments. I'll talk a little bit about myself. I'm Aditya. I run a company called Love in Store. We are a channel enablement company. We proudly work with 5 of the 6 companies on the panel. I manage promoters, merchandisers, channel payouts, activations. Everybody's asking you what you are doing. I'll ask you what I should do. So I am seeing a lot of e-com shift happening, and though we have a e-com enablement business, but the size of price there for enablers is actually very small. What I want to ask is in the next 10 years maybe, where do you think evolution is going to happen in investments in top stores in general trade, modern trade, or will investments continue to shift to the e-commerce world? Just that would be great for me to know. Thank you so much.
I'm happy to lead it off, and I'm sure everybody has their own resource allocation answer. Listen, I think as Q-commerce and e-commerce continues to grow, you will see shift of resources towards that. But the way I look at it for India, all channels are going to coexist for almost all the organizations that are sitting here, which means that how do you win in each of those channels is going to be important. In fact, it becomes even more critical that you get better ROIs and do better executions in the offline stores as well. So the quantum of amounts being spent are probably not going to come down. It's just that you'll probably resource the most fastest growing channel with your incremental spends. So that's my answer to you.
Channel shift also has been quite constant. You see your traditional trade, early 2000 was modern trade. Then we have online, Amazon, Flipkart, and now talking about quick commerce in the end. So in India, I think the ability to coexist has been proven over the last 2 decades or so. Many of these channels will be in 200, 250 cities, 300 cities maybe in the end. India is much wider than that in the end. Resources will keep on allocating basis, as Prashant said, where the growth is in the end. But I don't see the fact that GT or something will evaporate in this country. Over the next decades and decades, I think we'll see a long GT business continuing in this country.
I think people will soon get tired of scrolling and buying, and they will come back to the stores, and your business will be there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hemant, this question is for you. You raised a very pertinent point that change is constant, and so much change is happening. And with tools being there on your side and technology coming to your team, how is the change management being managed at your end? The resistance, the adoption, and so those aspects, the agility being built into the organization, how are you doing that?
I think change management is no longer that much of an issue. I believe that, there's a whole discussion about how Gen Z behaves, and, they don't. But the moment in last 2 years or 1 year, then when people have started discovering that jobs can go away, everybody's behaving like millennials as well, right? So I think, I think, you have to adopt. If you don't, you will be left behind. And organizations, nobody has and there are smarter and smarter people coming up. It's not only for them, it's equally for us, right? How are we going to be remaining relevant? How do I understand what is happening? Can I say that I know as much equal to all my, teams over there? So I think is there.
I think agility is a part of our DNA, I think, from the childhood age. You have all heard this word jugaad in the end. India mein. So I think the speed agility is a part of somewhere of our DNA and culture in the end. So I don't think it's a big shift, but yes, you still have to consciously work towards building a culture in the organization which is more responsive in the end. And we have seen that over the last couple of years, it's very difficult to predict the external environment. The wars, the way last year, the year before, Ukraine, Indo-Pak, this year again, GST changes last year. So I think the organization has learned to adapt and really becoming more and more agile at responding to very unpredictable macro environment, I would say.
I could just add a philosophical twist to it. Look at Homo sapiens. We have evolved since last 40,000 years. There are many species which have become extinct. We still exist. I think it is there in our DNA that we can adapt and adopt whatever can come. And that is true for change management as well. Otherwise, we will become extinct.
Cool. So shall we wrap up? Thank you again, esteemed panel. It's been such a pleasure to have this conversation and very enriching. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much indeed. And may I request our panel to kindly come forward for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now break for lunch. Lunch is served in the same hall at the rear end. When you turn back, you will see the lunch served there. And requesting everyone to be back in about an hour by 2:15. And we also have a counter placed outside the hall near the registration counter. You may kindly go towards that counter also and help yourselves for lunch. So do enjoy your lunch and kindly be seated back in an hour by 2:15 so that we can go ahead with the proceedings of the next session in time. Thank you.
commodity trends, and then things are volatile also because of lot of channel across like GT, MT, Ecom, Quickcom, everybody playing their own game. So that is actually influencing the buyer, consumer, his own decision. And that's bringing a lot of volatility.
Thank you. Mr. Desai, how about your product categories?
Yes, luckily we are so intrinsically linked with the food demand. So wherever food is there, edible oil is there. For us, I see the demand has not become weaker, but actually it's become very smarter, I must say. And the volatility of demand is become like, it's not an exception, but it's a factor of life. If you ask me, for us it is a bigger problem because the demand forecasting we have to do 2-3 months before the actual consumption that takes place. The pipeline demand, the way it is adjusting to changes is also very surprising, and we have to live with these new realities. If you ask me, one positive and real surprise is that if you ask me last 12 months, I remember that last season, like festival, we all anticipated demand to be very good, coupled with 4-5 million marriages and all that, but it was very lackluster. And when we least expected, subsequently in Jan, Feb, March, it has actually picked up. Second surprise is the way the innovation is happening in the food. If you really see in the last few months, there was shortage of restricted gas supply in Horeca, for example, it was affecting. But the way the industry has adapted very quickly to it was fabulous, that they immediately shifted from high edible oil consuming food products to low edible oil food consuming, managed with limited resources. I think this innovation, the speed with which it is changing, the demand, the shape of it, is really something that we should sit up and be surprised for right reasons.
Very nice. The consumer resilience, right? Excellent. Mr. Panikar, how about yourself?
Sure. Thanks, Nimish, and good afternoon, everyone. So I represent Godrej Foods, which is basically into frozen foods, so a category which is both slightly constrained by the cold chain as well as in a more premium sort of price points. So what we are seeing, because of the under-penetration, we are seeing a pretty strong demand sort of coming through over the last 18 to 24 months. There was a bit of a lull after the post-COVID peak. There was some sort of a lull, but now demand continues to be very strong. The one thing that has surprised us, and although is that how quickly in this category the demand is getting fragmented across channels. So the way Q-commerce sort of specifically, because this category is very sort of suited for the channel. So the way Q-com growth has taken off, that's the one thing which has been a good positive surprise for us.
Excellent, very nice. Mr. Chugh, final words from you, and then I'll come back and rate myself on it also.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, you mentioned one of the company. I represent Wipro. Actually, Wipro started as a vegetable oil company and then diversified into all sort of businesses, and now back into foods, which was their first love way back in 1945. Just to answer your question on demand, actually the food demand is fairly robust. I have seen soaps and other things which I have done for 30 years, and now on this side I am seeing it. Compared to that type of fluctuations, food demand always remains robust because you have to wake up, eat every day. So from the consumer point of view, even if food inflation last 2 years has been to 4 to 6%, 4 to 6% inflation doesn't impact the food demand at all from the consumer point of view. And as some of my colleagues mentioned, rural demand remains robust, but urban demand, it is moving from fragmented channels, as people have said. So it's moving from one channel to another, but overall level, consumer demand remains fairly robust.
For your category. Okay, we have seen all positive signals for the demands. And just before moving on, when I was preempting the answers to this question, From my end, I got one right and one wrong, right? I was thinking that the panelists will answer a lot about consumer resiliency, especially in the wake of all the war which is happening, right? The US, Iran, Israel war. That would be an element of surprise, which some of you alluded to. The other thing which I got wrong was with so much of reduction in GST in the last 12 months, right? Has that led to a really bump up in the demand? Last I was checking, about 60 to 70% of the food items saw a GST reduction last time around, right, in the last year. So good, but thank you for sharing your views. That gives us a good segue into the first subtopic which I wanted to explore with them on demand volatility and channel shifts. Now, demand signals today are very noisy, right? They're noisier than ever. Rural versus urban demand, you heard about channels being fragmented. On top of it, we have thinning consumer loyalty, right, especially for many categories of the products. So in this context, and Mr. Desai, if I can direct this question to you, how has demand forecasting or demand sensing changed in your opinion over the last 2 to 3 years?
It is changing. If at all, I laid maximum emphasis is on the ability to forecast demand correctly. Not only because the bad inventory is always the most expensive inventory actually. So in our line of business, if you ask Imami Agrotech size, with about 2,000 crores per month kind of inventories that we have to manage, the risk of it becomes very, very important because we need to manage the forecasting better. Now, how do you do the forecasting better when the price is volatile and other factors are volatile? So, at least what we have done in our company last 1 year is trying to develop some kind of a demand sensing model, basically. So, there is only a limited way that we can get back from the field and also from the trading oriented business. But then if we are trying to find out inputting, not only the historical background, but history can only tell us what will happen, but the futuristic demand projection, especially when we want to do for 2 months, we are trying to create a demand sensing model by inputting not only the potential price table, but also the price spreads between the oil. And we also try to anticipate what the currency factor would be, what everything, including seasonality, goes into that. It is not perfect, but I'm pretty sure that over a period of time, every percentile, every 5% for forecast accuracy that we can improve, it directly adds to the bottom line. But more importantly, I should say that in our inventory and commodity, which most foods are, behind the foods brand, there is a commodity angle to it. The risk management of that becomes very, very important in the volatile global complexity today, where everything is linked to everything. Like edible oil is linked to biodiesel, global crude oil prices, etc. So we have to perfect and do better than what human can do by trying to input some model which we have to develop.
True, excellent. And let me just take 1 quick minute with you, Mr. Desai. If you can share your opinion and on how do global factors impact some of these categories, right? And what does, let's say, biodiesel price globally has to do with edible oil price in India? Just another quick fact, many years ago, and this is common knowledge that palm oil being one of the cheaper alternatives is used a lot in India, in Horeca and everything else. Back in 24, when there was price convergence because of supply issue, we saw that companies talking about that consumers and Horeca segment has started using sunflower oil because it's approaching price parity for that particular time period. So knowing that some of these products are so intricately linked with the pricing, Mr. Desai, your views on global pricing and biodiesel prices affecting
it's very important. I don't know whether many of you know or not. 25% of global production of oil goes into biodiesel, either in US or Indonesia or Brazil. So what happens is that the global energy prices have a direct one-to-one impact on the edible oil price table in India. And if I see last 3 years of volatility in the oil markets, I'm pretty sure it's a big component of the food sector. Most of the volatility is due to biodiesel and also the currency factor and the global tariffs and export and import trade restrictions. All this will change the trade flows. So we get edible oils is very much dependent on oils from Ukraine, Russia, Argentina, Malaysia, Indonesia. So every factor that is globally influencing. If you ask me today, what are the factors? Definitely the El Nino, which is very important not only for Indian monsoon, but also for Asian, Malaysian and Indonesian productions. It is good for Argentina, Brazil, but these global factors of weather, currency, global crude prices have a direct linkage with the Indian price table here for sure.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And
let me
yes,
also
Mr.
express.
Basir.
So I think he spoke about the volatility. If I were to look back on your larger question of how is the demand forecasting shaping up, etc., there are fundamental changes happening when I look back over the last 2-3 years in terms of how we used to run and how we are now adapting how to run in the current situation. The channel part has definitely added to the overall complexity. And, gone are the days where earlier we used to do maybe one monthly forecasting cycle for the brand, and that would kind of be good enough.
Yeah.
Now, when I see how we are operating from a brand, possibly, if I can say, there is a channel-wise forecasting cadence that is starting to come in. It's very clear. Yeah, so you need to forecast separately for GT. You need to figure out how modern trade will run, and e-commerce is a different place altogether. Another point, sorry Nimish, is the monthly cycles are getting shortened. So while GT you can possibly still survive, GT, MT to a large extent you can still be on a monthly cycle. The way quick commerce is evolving, it almost requires a daily cadence.
Excellent.
Right?
Yeah.
You have to. And then it's not as much about forecasting as it is also about demand sensing, where you are able to kind of read what's happening and be able to respond.
Wow.
And that requires a fair degree of agility. So if I were to look back over the last 2 years, 3 years, that's one big shift at least.
That has changed. Excellent. And in your opinion, and I'll open it up for the other panelists also, the extent of data which is now available, right? Earlier, for the Kirana and the traditional channel, we used to be dependent only once a month, once every 45 days kind of data. Especially with quick com and e-com coming in, you have data at your disposal, right? It's a daily data sheet that you have, if not sooner. This extent of abundance of data which is available, is it something which you feel is a boon or a bane when it comes to structurally responding to it? And Mr. Chogan, if you can share your opinion.
I think it's a boon. What thing has happened is, I'll want to make a fundamental point. See, fundamentally, and Sujay will agree to it, fundamentally, if you wake up in the morning and decide as a consumer that I want to eat dosa or I want to eat idli, that decision and that thing remains. It's only the quick commerce is capturing that very fast. They know from which pin code what dosa order came and what idli order came. Which information earlier was taking a lot of time to reach to us because there was the intermediaries who were keeping the buffer stock. Retailer is keeping some stock, we are keeping stocks in the depots. And this quick commerce has just crashed the whole thing. And still it remains. They are not predicting that I will wake up and eat dosa. They are not predicting that. They are looking at the data very fast, saying that today in this pin code, so much of dosa orders came, so much of idli orders came. And that information flows to us faster with a very thin buffer stock in between, because the dark stores keep very less stock and the inventories are very, very minimal. So it is a sort of a very quick decision making which is required by the companies, both from what you can procure, what you can then store, what you can sell. That's a basic fundamental change which has happened. So the timelines have collapsed, inventories have collapsed, but nobody is still predicting what I will eat in the morning tomorrow. Just remain. It is all what I call the information which is flowing faster, which is a retrospective information, not a futuristic information.
So in fact, just building up on a lighter note, he was speaking about dosa. The metric that is now looking, I mean, that is kind of keeping me glued to my kind of devices is OSA. OSA is the on-shelf availability, the new metrics in terms of, you know, the earlier model used to be in the physical world, it was your on-shelf availability in a physical form. Now it is very important, how is your on-shelf availability on the digital shelf? Yes, there's a lot of data, but to me, that reality of how life operates hasn't changed. It's just the matrix. And you need to be able to figure out which matrix you need to look at. Not everything is kind of relevant, but yeah, data is good, provided you know how to use it. And OSA is definitely one of the things.
OSA is one of the things which has already...
So sell-out velocity is very important, which is migrating very fast to the manufacturer or a food processor. And that is helping us to take the signals and then correct into your forecast accuracy.
Wow. No, excellent. And just sticking with you, Mr. Tripathi, I also wanted to, touch upon and use tea as a category, right? You have enough experience managing it for quite some time for your company. If I take tea as an example of a category which is very sensitive to pricing, very sensitive to consumer this thing, etc. But also realizing that this is a very habitual product, right? The habits and consumer behavior, consumption is deeply entrenched, right? However, the growth needs to come from somewhere, and that growth increasingly, in our opinion, from sitting outside, we feel is coming a lot from premiumization, right? Different products. In such a scenario, how are you balancing this demand equation of, a predictable demand from your core product, but also knowing that growth needs to come from innovative products and, additional.
So if you see the overall tea scenario, India produces 1380 million kg of tea domestically. And if you see remove the export, which is roughly around 280 million kg, which is India exports across the globe. Now balance 1100 million kg is consumed in India. That's a big scale and volume. And that is what you said, habitual category. So day in, day out getting consumed. If you study further down the key play where we are into quality and premium segment, where if you see the category for quality premium is 250 million kg annually. Within that, what we have seen, it's a fairly stable demand. What we are doing is we are protecting the core, we are spreading the geography. So we are playing between these two, while this is funding our innovation. Now innovation comes from various things. If you see nowadays convenience, which is a premix. When husband, wife both is working, and tea preparation takes a lot of time. So premix...
I can relate to it.
Yeah. So premix is, which is a convenience platform. We are exploring and building on it. We are also into premium tea experience in our tea launch. And that is also giving us the growth opportunity. We are also into the things like health and wellness, where the varieties of the green tea and variants are coming into play. I mean, hardly people have seen honey lemon kind of flavor. Honey and lemon combine into a tea bag. That gives a different health basket.
Yes,
so what we are doing is basically our laid out strategy is simple. You keep protecting your core. However, growth has to come from innovation, and innovation to be driven through the fund coming from the core. And that's the overall play.
All right, thank you. Thank you for sharing such candid response. And while we were busy adopting to the new channels of QCOM, ECOM, etc., we also keep seeing that certain global trends keep coming in, right? The trend of K-pop culture, the protein wave, more recent GLP-1 wave, which is coming, right? So these, in our opinion, do throw a challenge to demand forecasting and also keep shaping up the demand curves, the consumer demand curves. Very quickly to the panelists and Mr. Parvekar, if you can start this. Are you as food suppliers, food manufacturers, etc., are you planning for a structurally different food basket for an Indian consumer 2 years, 3 years down the line? Or do you think that some of these trends are temporary and an opportunistic play? What would you say?
Sure. So see, I think you mentioned 2-3 things, and you will have to segment them because the one, let's say protein, we believe is a more fundamental need state question, or what is happening, that's a need state level trend which is there, while let's say something like a K-pop is a more cultural expression.
Yeah.
So you will have to then first see it in that light before you sort of, let's say, define your response to it. In our case, because we are probably very close to the whole animal protein value chain, so hence protein definitely, that whole shift is a welcome change, and I think it also sort of, as a country earlier we were talking, I think while we have reached food security, I think the secretary also mentioned it, but we don't have nutrition security as yet. So protein that way is a fundamental need state shift, which is very good for the industry, and I think we definitely are sort of shaping our portfolio around it. Something like a K-pop is a cultural expression. It allows you some of the opportunities more from a premiumization. So, rather than trying to change or make a very fundamental shift in the portfolio, what it allows you is, in a very short time frame, take advantage of that sort of from a consumer trend shift, and probably using that to premiumize the portfolio and move. So that's why I'm saying that some of these GLP-1, of course, I think it's early days right now, I think, because we're already seeing both, as in there was a very early adoption, but then I think afterwards we saw that there has been a little bit of a softness.
The channels are overstocked with GLP-1 drugs also.
Yes. So, but again, I think over time, probably what it's as a trend, it is talking to the overall health and fitness, this thing, and companies will have to sort of, let's say, define that what is underlying that GLP-1 trend is the overall health consciousness, and I think portfolios will have to be designed accordingly.
Good. Thank you. And Mr. Basin, do you see that as a challenge to company like yours, which are very strongly linked with the Indian heritage and Indian product portfolio?
No, I think let me first respond to the part A, because there are two levels of changes that one is seeing. The first is really, thanks to social media, thanks to our own experiences, as people have moved around, migrated within the country, people travel. There's a lot of experimentation. There's also a lot of cultural experimentation, not just food experimentation. And I think K-pop and some of those cultural nuances really come in over there. The other part, and we've been in foods now long enough, I think foods as India has developed was always about taste and convenience. As the economy matured up, people's lives got busier, they had more money to spend. Another factor now, as an equally important part that seems to be coming up, and this is something that I love to call it, I don't necessarily call it health, I call it permissibility. Permissibility is allow me to indulge without guilt. It could be the kind of ingredients that you use, it could be a protein story, it could be the way I perceived a better for you product, it could be just the produce. So there are multiple levels of that, and we are seeing that. We are in fact responding to that, Nimish. I'm also happy to share, because we see that, especially on the protein part. One of our recent launches is into our poha, upma and dosa mixes. We are now adding plant protein. So we have a protein dosa mix we have just launched. We have launched a protein 3-minute breakfast, which is targeted at the young people who are time scarce in terms of how they live their lives. So we are responding, and that's, I think, that's a part of the evolution. Like I said, it was earlier only about taste convenience. Now it is about taste convenience permissibility. Similarly, there are millets that have come into the play that we have seen recently also. So a lot of these trends are there within the larger piece, which is about permissibility. That's the way I see it.
Right. Good. So there seems to be a consensus that some of these trends are sticky, and especially anything to do with health, nutrition, etc., is coming up, right? as part of one of them. Now, moving further from a demand capture to how easy or difficult is it to supply, right? Let me open up the second subtopic, right, on the supply chain piece. If I reflect back several years ago, the old playbook, and when we were studying, when we were doing our MBAs, etc., the old playbook was very simple, right? You consolidate, get the efficiency, economies of scale, which meant larger factories, bigger warehouses, have a mother warehouse in play, and now in this time, this time frame, we are looking at new pressures, right? The pressure is proximity, instant gratification, neighborhood level stocking, etc. Right? So in such a scenario, how are companies responding to the network, to the supply chain network? And as you expand, which one of the two do you still go ahead with? If I can ask that question to you, Mr. Chug, and then share
some. For us as a manufacturer or this thing, these quick commerce, modern trade and general retail, they are other customers. Yeah. And as they change, we have to change ourselves. And quick commerce really changed the game, the way they feed their customers, which is the end consumer of our product. And we have to also make the change. Yeah. So one of the fundamental change which has happened is that large scale, efficient godowns or premises are the days, our era is over. You have to bifurcate it channel wise. You have to say my general trade channel, it has to be fed in a different frequency with the different SKUs. So and you have to keep inventories accordingly. For the quick commerce, you have to keep different SKUs, the speed and the quickness by which they want the dark stores to be filled. It is different. So you have to then modify it. You have to read their language, read their narrative and adapt yourself. That adaptability is the key. Yeah. Key is also efficiently you do it. You can't burn money and lose money in one channel and do that. So you have to balance the two things. But the large godowns are over. Now it's channel specific. Like you had channel specific, what we call sales structures. Yeah. Now you have channel-specific supply chain structures, which have come, and that's a future trend which will happen. That your supply chain has to be specific to a channel, like your sales used to be specific to a channel.
Good, Mr. Tripathi, what are your views on this? Large warehouses or a regional structure?
So we still believe regional play continues for rural market, and for the quick commerce. Where the agility and replenishment, it plays very important basket and important role, and that is where the specific supply chain tools and processes has to be defined for the same. Infrastructure also has to be accordingly designed and well set for the same need. So what we are doing is equally what sir has said. For GT, the supply chain is completely differently designed. And whereas the new quick commerce, it is altogether a different design. Not only that, the people who deal both the segment has to be different skill level, different mindset. So the skill set, people mindset, your own employees, and when the recruitment happens at that level, also needs the different mindset of the people, which is very, very important factor in my opinion.
Nimish, one very important point I want to mention here, that with the road infrastructure improvement in India, this whole supply chain game has changed, because really the last 10 years India has seen a very good road improvement in infrastructure, and that has changed the lead times, because one of the critical thing on inventory management was to be what is the lead time from your manufacturing locations to this thing. And changing a manufacturing location is a higher capex cost. Changing an inventory location of sizing, desizing is a less capex in India, relatively. So people are now applying, because of this change in capex being lower, the depot management or inventory management changes are happening faster. compared to others.
Wow, good. That reminds me, a quick anecdote, right? That reminds me of a European company with which we were working several years back in terms of their supply chain redesign, etc. And we had the hardest time convincing the supply chain head from UK as to why a truck cannot travel more than 360 or 380 kilometers in a day, which was the built-in assumption for their supply chain redesign, right? And it went through a hard time, and ultimately we had to tell them that, in India, on an average day, the truck doesn't move 380 kilometers, right? But that was several years ago, and I'm pleased to know that you are actually seeing the ground realities change. But thank you. Mr. Basin, you have a quick point on...
Yeah, I think, the way the Indian market is evolving, again, looking at the shifts that are happening, now with the emergence of quick commerce and, you have a GT/MT quick commerce, you can theoretically and very well serve a metro by itself, right? Earlier, earlier when, the FMCG world used to talk about, we used to talk about consolidating at a state, consolidating at a region. Now it's pretty much, you can actually break it down, and then, you can build your entire supply chain to serve a city or a part of a city. And that's, I think, a fundamental shift. Now, just adding on to what my colleagues have said, this also has an implication on how you build, right? I think going more and more into the future, small scale manufacturing or small batch manufacturing will become absolutely critical.
Wow.
And how you actually, and I believe that some of the experiments could be very creative, where, earlier we used to all create large supplies and then, used to try and build demand. You can now pretty much look, I think, how the quick commerce industry is evolving and what it's allowing you to do. You can start with a small demand, serve it well, serve it profitably, and then let it scale, and then you can, kind of build your supply chain and your back end around it. And so it's just the model, your ability to serve is more dynamic, and also you can still be profitable in terms of how you serve, in terms of the cost that you actually do.
So interesting, thank you. That's a really interesting perspective of having regional and city level supply chains built, and that too profitably. Good, thank you for sharing it. My next question, just shifting dimensions a little bit to you, Mr. Parnikar. I want to touch upon the topic of cold chain, right? It is said that cold chain is still India's great infrastructure gap. We have seen cold storage is increasing. The last count, one of the reports alluded that we have close to 9,000 of cold storage factories, although most of them are concentrated in the north region, right? North and some part of west, with UP, Punjab and Gujarat taking up majority of them. However, even though we have cold storage, it is also the fact that 96% or thereabouts of perishable commodities are transported in a non-refrigerated supply chain, right? So with your experience of dealing with categories which are, cold storage dependent, and also knowing that these are indeed the categories which are giving the highest growth, right? The chilled, cold storage, refrigerated categories. What is your experience, and is there a solution that you have for this? What is the go forward plan? Are 4PL, 5PL model possible solutions to this?
Yeah, sure. So see, I would say, most of the chilled or frozen, and between them also there is a difference in terms of both require a cold chain. Chilled now, thanks to both the dairy industry as well as the soft drink industry, there is a fair bit of cold chain that has been established. I would still say it is still far more, let's say, underpenetrated compared to any other European or US or developed markets. One of the, and I think in the overall theme of this step up, transformation, the cold chain infrastructure will be one of the top three, should be rather one of the top three agendas to sort of, for the country from a food processing sector and sort of increasing the penetration of these cold chain networks. I would say, I think the focus, and from my experience both previously with working with Coca-Cola and now in a frozen category, see, the biggest challenge is that each company working individually cannot create that infrastructure closer to the consumer. It will become very expensive. The sort of, let's say, if 5, 6, 7, 8 companies all build parallel closer to the consumer infrastructure. So there has to be some level of aggregation. I think that has to come in. And actually that is one of the reasons why QCOM has been a very successful channel for the frozen industry specifically, because it has allowed aggregation of that demand very close to the consumer. They created that infrastructure that a lot of multiple companies could not create on their own, you know, or even some of the smaller retailers, grocery stores, they could not create. So they leapfrogged, QCOM leapfrogged us into, and just giving an example that overall as a category, I think before QCOM came, probably the whole frozen industry was limited to about majority of the 90% plus of the demand was concentrated in 30 towns or 30 cities in India. That number in less than 2 years has sort of gone beyond 200. So that's the kind of supply chain sort of transformation that just this one sheer change, that you're taking the whole infrastructure closer to the ground, allowing the aggregation to happen. Now, how can that be replicated through some of the government incentives or through some of these like a 4PL solution? I think that is one of the big sort of solutions that will ultimately unlock the next phase of growth in there. Because, you know, if QCOM is creating that, obviously they are taking their share of cost out of it. So how can that be done through various government either subsidies, initiatives, as well as through some of the retailer level infrastructure creation? I think those two will play the next pivotal role in the cold chain space.
Very true and remarkable thought, ladies and gentlemen. Just QCOM by itself can have such a large impact on this category. Imagine the potential that can be unleashed if at a national level this aspect is taken care of. Remarkable. Very quickly now, and I would want to exchange thoughts with Mr. Desai, you and Mr. Chugh. Your thoughts. You have a lot of regional brands in your portfolio, when some of the brands are at a national level also. For companies which have strong regional brands which grow nationally, what are the supply chain considerations that you keep in mind? Do you want to centralize production, or in the spirit of agility, do you want to decentralize it as you are expanding from regional to national?
No, definitely we have to deal with a lot of complexity. Supply chain, building supply chain resilience, at least for us, is far more complex, because we have to deal with a factory which is dispatching 3,000 tons a day, and also a factory which is dispatching 5 tons of sattu in Eastern, where we have launched today. And also we have to contend with specific consumer needs who wants RSPO certified, let's say 200 tons to a specific institutional customers. So the situation is really complex. And at the same time, we have to also bother about the back-end supply chain issues, including Hormuz closure, because the ships won't arrive. And if some ship gets bombed in Black Sea area, your entire commitments will go for a toss. So I think I would say that more than cost optimization, for us, building that a resilient supply chain and multiple geographies and ability to deal with small distributions, because we have to see beyond the initial signals. A lot of data will tell you, but what are the signals that the market is giving? How do you respond, and with a with the right decisions is actually important. So what we are doing to solve this issue is definitely work on technology part. We got, of course, SAP Rise, and we are trying to with some agentic tools also. And we are track and trace technology is very important for us to see where our material is, and including demand sensing. So I think from the point of sale, what can we read? For us, at least what I experience is that it's not about reading what happened till now. That is already in our industry that I am in, it already expires in 24 hours. It's like a newspaper data. What happens next 1 or 2 months, predictively, the future signal, building capability to do that, I think that's where I would rely on some of these new trends that are coming up with the use of technology that we can merge into my supply chain teams.
Very nice. Mr. Chugh, some very quick thoughts. Regional brands going national.
So it's a balance. There is no standard answer. You have to balance the freshness of the product, the PKD you want to put it on there, the shelf life issues, as well as the SKU assortment you want to keep with you. And you have to balance that with saying that is your portfolio can manage a centralized manufacturing and then do the distribution, or you have to have a fragmented distribution as well as fragmented manufacturing. And at times it is also in food industries that you have a semi-finished goods which are stable at an ambient temperature. You take them and then you do the packaging as closer to the customer as you can do, depending on the SKU demand and the projections which are coming. So category to category, you have to balance these things. There is no standard answer I can say for the various categories of food which you handle can give you this. But as I initially said, that the data, because of the tools available now, there is what we call transparency of information, and the speed of data coming to you is far higher at each level, which inventory, what demand is coming. So if you are able to manage that centrally at one location, your decision making ability goes up, and you can make very sharp and faster decisions, and which are profitable decisions, I'll say.
Right, thank you. And that was an interesting perspective of having some semi-finished products also to be shipped to nearby location. Good. We seem to have covered a lot of ground already, right? We have touched upon demand, we have touched upon supply issues and all. But in today's days and time, no topic of conversation is complete without discussing about AI, right? So let me throw AI into our conversation. One of the phenomena of our lifetime, as I describe it. So very quickly and very directly, Mr. Bhasin, to you, and then Mr. Tripathi, I'd want your views. Where is AI actually making money for you, right? Not at a proof of concept stage, not at a pilot stage, but are there any areas where for your company you have seen AI delivering tangible results? And can you share your experience and what has changed?
Yeah, see, I think that space is evolving obviously very fast and very dynamically. And we have obviously started acting on it, but can I quantify and say that this is where it is working? I think where it is working, and we've spoken about it, and where it's working well, is this entire space of demand sensing, right? We are able to shorten the times in terms of sensing something and being able to react to it. I'm still not fully, at least in my head, it's not fully there. There are tools that are helping us forecast more smartly, but is it fairly robust? I'm not so sure. But in terms of you being able to react to a sensing, your ability to enable your entire kind of supply chain to be able to do justice to that, and make sure that you're not necessarily burning cash, you do it effectively. I think some of those spaces, I guess it seems to be kind of adding value. But like I said, a lot is said about, okay, it still is learning from the past patterns, right? It's not like, it can't fully predict. Nobody could have predicted Strait of Hormuz being blocked, right? Now, what will AI do there? But how you react to it, possibly, you could possibly use that in a way. Happy to hear other thoughts.
So in our case, what I understand is at operating level, AI do help us in terms of day-to-day lot of decision. Let's say I give you how much inventory to maintain, what to produce, when to replenish the stock. So those kind of things, AI structurally support you in terms of faster decision making and more accurate thing, which is the operating level. Structurally, yes, AI we need to test, we need to check, we need to still understand. But one experience which I will share, 6 months back, if you make advertisement on AI, the output was at X level. Today, 10 days back, when I see that same experience, within a week, you get an ad made in low budget. So it cuts short your time period very, very drastically. It gives you, now AI has also become smarter.
Yeah.
So the output, particularly in advertising, you see output coming out very nice. I mean, that is where AI is becoming regenerative. A lot of data is being captured and giving you too much of agility into your processes. However, at T level, I mean, in T business, we will see there are limitations. Taste preferences, we cannot leave it to AI. Certain structural decision, we cannot leave it to AI. So as far as interaction with your customer, we will not like to leave it to AI. So that is what we need to take way forward.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, and advertisement continues to be a large cost items for all FMCG companies, right? So happy to know that there are some efficiencies that are already being discovered. But moving forward in the next wave of, we are already in AI, and the next wave of agentic AI is what everyone is now preparing for. In a scenario where, systems are taking decisions on behalf of companies and all, what are your thoughts on what decisions are you actually willing to let systems take? And what are the red lines where you would definitely want a human in the loop? Or like you mentioned, Mr. Tripathi, that the customer interaction is something that we would still want a human-to-human connect with. Any quick thoughts from the panelists on this?
Let me start. I think when I break it down, this is again maybe more personal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of comfort when a decision seems reversible and fixable in case something goes wrong. There's a comfort in being able to maybe rely on an AI model or rely on an AI. I still feel decisions where either what's at stake is high and it's hard to kind of reverse some of those, more like a one-way door kind of a thing.
Yeah.
While AI can still form the base, I personally would prefer a human element still to be there. So that's more, I think, where I stand.
Thank you. Mr. Parnekar, do you have a quick view on this?
So one, I would definitely agree. I think that both materiality and reversibility, I think, they do become very important parameters to, choose where to sort of use agentic AI and where to not, I think. Mostly, I would say, with the current level of evolution, I think where you would feel comfortable for it to is basically in this whole demand forecasting, your demand sensing, a lot of your data related operations. But can you leave it to take decisions on, like Tushar here was saying, I think about launches or flavor launches, or, you won't do that. So I think it's those two dimensions that you would use to decide what would you give it to the agentic AI.
Okay, good.
Yeah, quickly on
Yes.
agentic AI, I think in our organization, what we have said is that wherever there is a standardization of a response and a repetitiveness of a response is there, where agentic AIs can work superbly to drive efficiency or cost.
Yeah.
But wherever there is a variability, I think still agents have not evolved to the level of human intelligence that you can delegate to them. So as of now, they are restricted to repetitiveness and standardizations responses. I think going ahead, will that evolve? One has to see.
True.
I just say that right now, At the moment you put AI word, it becomes very attractive, but we are at least trying to build the whole house in order, like using various physical infrastructure automation first, and then the tools which can capture simple things like order management, track and trace of your inventory. How do you do the expired goods? How do you do the, generating a real tool for demand sensing by taking data from the point of sale is still a little ahead, far away, probably not so far away. But building the, we went for a Salesforce automation, for example. But has it already given a good result already? No. But does it make you feel like when agentic tools come in, you will be future ready to adapt all this to make automatic decisions wherever standardization is possible to have happened? I think in a large business, especially when so many verticals are there, I definitely see that that's the way forward when we want to manage things in a better way.
Very, very nice. Thank you everyone for sharing your views. I want to now quickly come to the fourth and the final subtopic of this conversation on profitable growth, right? 2 words easier said than delivered, unless you are NVIDIA or TSMC or any of the 4 chip manufacturers in today's world. But just sticking with the theme of profitable growth, I wanted to exchange views on D2C, the direct-to-customer brands, right? The emergent phenomena of direct-to-customer brands. Many of these are built on the story of success of rapid expansion, although at a cost of profitability, at least in the initial run-up. However, arguably, some of these brands have also challenged the dominant brands in their own category. This phenomenon of D2C brands, I want the panel's views. Do you feel that this is only relevant for certain categories, or do you think this is actually a challenge to distribution, which was a moat for all FMCG companies up until now? What are your views? And maybe if I can prompt Mr. Tripathi or Mr. Bhasin.
Logistic and supply chain will continue to be moot way ahead. They will have their own place. The only thing is the D2C gives you the insights which are basically ahead of your competitor when you are directly dealing with the consumer, and consumer mindset preferences, the kind of trends which emerging trends among the consumer, that's D2C is giving you equipping you in terms of the various elements, and how you handle that in terms of a lot of data coming to you, how filter it out and data quality, and play it for the further expansion into your own category. There can be a few failures also, but yes, it's a challenging basket, need to be there. A lot of companies have started their own portal. They have their own direct consumer data points wherein they sell their product directly to consumer. However, there is always an angle which is a profitability, and that's where there is a balancing which each and every player has to do in terms of their own business goals and strategy. That's very clear.
Good, thank you. Mr. Bhasin, do you have a view on?
Yeah, see, I think, again, when you sit on the other side, and you look at, there's a lot of chatter around D2C. And clearly, like you said, there are elements where, a lot of we come from big traditional businesses where distribution in terms of the infra and everything that we set up was a very clear moat, which is now starting to kind of disappear a little. But let's kind of look at it that, again, building up on your narrative, that does D2C come at the cost of profitability? May or may not. May or may not. Again, this is a perspective. Some of our brands can very easily look at how D2C challenges or insurgents have, in a way, challenged the codes that we had all kind of learned to accept. Maybe there is a learning for all of us there. Bring in the agility that some of these D2C brands actually, come in. And I feel a lot of us have an advantage because doesn't necessarily have to be at the cost of profitability. That's the way I would see it. And we have fairly good businesses, stable businesses. It's a part we can imbibe. It's a part we can learn from and see how it actually fits into some of our place. And then, of course, being able to read directly, being able to talk to our consumers and directly, there are definite advantages. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Good, Mr. Parvekar, if I can indulge you on my next query, right, and just sharing again a personal note on this. As a consumer, when we visit foreign countries, right, and when I visit the food and grocery stores out of India, I'm actually stunned, right, by the variety available. You will have mile-long aisles of ice cream, cereals, and whatnot. However, in Indian context, if you were to enable this, are there any lessons that can be drawn for us looking up at some of these successful models? Or do you think that the portfolio complexity would destroy the whole profitability equation in our Indian context?
Sure. See, from a food business point of view, abroad, I think the penetration level of many of these packaged foods segments, they allow for a very high level of, you can have a very high level of assortment. The spending levels are very, very high. The penetration level currently in India are so very low that I think that's the first challenge to overcome. And to my mind, that can be best done by working more on accessibility rather than working more on widening the portfolio or having a wider assortment and bringing more complexity into the this thing. If at all, I think the learning that's probably very useful in Indian context is that rather than going for a very wide product assortment, so trying to diversify your product assortment, it is better to have fewer successful products but diversify the pack assortment. Allow those packs to be accessed at different price points, because ultimately that's the, you don't want to, let's say, have a different kind of product for a certain strata of society and a different kind of product. How do you allow for the same quality, high quality of product, but to be accessed by different strata of consumer through pack assortment? So I think the learnings probably are more there. But still, given and especially given the category which we operate in, the bigger challenge is rather than offering, bringing complexity into the business to create a sort of far more choices. It is best to first get few products successful, go very deep, diversify via packs, and then think of the sort of, let's say, once the penetration levels have crossed a certain threshold, then go for a wider product assortment.
But Nimish, to your point, yes, globally there are large supermarkets with so much of consumer offering. But reimagine India with the small retail modern outlets. Actually giving, there's no dearth of consumer choices as yet in India also. But there is something that the Western world can actually look up the Indian situation with awe. At least I am witness to it. There is nowhere in the Western world there is an 8-minute delivery mechanism for any product. You see, if you see the supply chain complexity behind this quick delivery, quick commerce, quick delivery mechanisms, I think that is more the future than having a large large malls with a large variety of things. Very soon the young population of India might actually reduce the footfalls into these shopping areas, because the efficiency with which it is being served is definitely increasing.
No, and you're right. I mean, similar thoughts and experiences. We had contingent from Europe visiting, a few years back, the large supermarket stores and all, and they wanted to get an insight into what a dark store is. How is it that Blinkit and a Zomato and a Instamart are managing it, right? So there was a large contingent which was sent, and I think that's an area of it's an area of inspiration where today you find that the Western world visiting India and seeing how is it that we have cracked this very, very difficult situation of delivering at speed, at cost. Right. Thank you so much for sharing these views, and we are running out of time, but I do have just 2 quick questions, and we'll run it like a rapid fire round, right? One question we'll start from you, Mr. Chok, come all the way over here, and the other question we'll start from Mr. Basin. Okay, so here goes. The first question, Mr. Chok, starting with you. Give me one overhyped idea right now and one which is underhyped in your opinion.
I think overhyped idea is this AI driven this thing. And the underhyped word I will say is the profitability in business.
All right, thank you.
So same question.
Yes,
yeah?
same question.
So I would say I think most, specifically in the food category, given my experience, I think most overhyped is having a wide range of product is what creates success. And similarly, I think equally important, I think the most underhyped idea to my mind is that less is more.
Oh, okay, good.
I was afraid of rapid fire because that definitely required some writing beforehand. So I'll just, overhyped is technology without business purpose. Buying AI is easy, but building intelligence is hard.
Yeah.
In terms of underhyped, I would say execution discipline is somewhat
still being
underhyped everywhere.
Wow. Very, very true.
Same thing. AI is overhyped, obviously, but data quality, which is the behind the curve, a lot of noises are there. How you filter it out, how you take it, data quality and taking forward in terms of analytics. That's the underhyped as per me.
I think similar point, overhyped. There's a lot of chatter. There are a lot of buzzwords that get thrown around and people get excited about it. Quick com, AI. If you really look at it, these are all kind of ways of maybe getting more agile, serving the consumers better, serving the consumers faster. Underhyped is everything that, again, the group said. The rules of how business needs to be run in terms of what really matters, I think is still the same, right? Maybe the agility has changed, maybe the models have changed, maybe the formats are evolving, but the rules, the fundamental truths of business remain the same, which is about execution excellence, which is about focus on profitability, making sure that you are there when the consumer wakes up and looks around for you. So.
Right, so a lot of operational excellence, a lot of operational discipline that goes behind the curtains is still paramount. Excellent. The final question for today's discussion, in your opinion, and we'll start with you, Mr. Basin, the single biggest bottleneck, if at all, that you think is impacting Indian food chain's profitability today?
See, in our business, I think, and maybe some of the other businesses, we are still very, I would say, basic processing driven. I think the more the industry and of course there is more money coming into the hands of consumers. Consumers are evolving. And then when you are basic processing driven, there's a lot of volatility because you are literally still mimicking the trends or behaviors of a commodity. So I think the evolution is where possibly getting into more value added space and giving something of value to the consumers, I think is something where our focus now needs to shift.
Okay, good. Mr. Tripathi.
So the bottleneck in terms of today's scenario is a single digital platform wherein demand to delivery, entire cycle get visibility. Supplier risk management, as we have seen when the some global level event happens, unfolds, and all of a sudden supplier risk resurfaces. So how you handle it. And that is not still integrated in the single digital platform. The people who see it coming, that the people and organization, they have handled it well. People who ignore it or the people who are at a monthly cycle level, then obviously they get surprises. So that is what is the major tickle.
Thank you.
I think from my perspective, the major volatility is, major profitability bottleneck is the volatility and the risk-reward ratio in every decision that you make.
Okay.
So I would say again, as I mentioned before, cold chain infrastructure, to my mind, would be the single biggest bottleneck impacting multiple categories for the industry.
So in my sense, we are in the food business. We talk about value addition on the food, but the basic at a farm level, there is no corporatization which has happened. There is no investment happening at a farm level. And if that doesn't happen, we can't, if your raw material input is still fragmented and not controlled, you can't do a high level value additions. We have examples like milk, where a lot of corporatization happened and the milk industry evolved into a whole dairy industry got evolved. Same happened in tea estates, there is corporatization. But the basic for chili, for rice, still we are very fragmented, no investment happening on at a farm level. So your input raw material uncertainty remains, and the food industry is dependent on that input raw material. So that's the biggest bottleneck if you ask me. The basic is not there.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, what a thoughtful closure to this very interesting hour-long conversation. So much to think about and so much to take home with. Thank you all the panelists, and with a big round of applause, let's give them a big cheer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. May I request everyone to kindly come forward for a group photograph, please. And ladies and gentlemen, after the thematic session 3, that wonderful conversations we had in this session, we now move to the concluding session of our conclave, our convention, that is thematic session 4, from compliance to competitive advantage, navigating India's regulatory landscape. We request everyone to kindly remain seated. We are straight away going ahead with the proceedings of thematic session 4. Just give us a moment to arrange the top table for the next session. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, moving on with the proceedings of thematic session 4, titled From Compliance to Competitive Advantage, Navigating India's Regulatory Landscape. This session will explore how policymakers and industry can reduce the regulatory friction, strengthen the harmonization, improve traceability, and position India as a more reliable global sourcing and export hub. The discussion will also examine how India can build a regulatory environment that protects consumers, enables innovation, improves speed to market, and enhances the global competitiveness. And to moderate this important discussion, we are pleased to welcome on the panel Mr. Goldie Dhama, partner Deloitte, our distinguished moderator, who brings valuable experience in regulatory strategy, energy, business advisory, and risk management, is an experienced legal policy and regulatory advisor, as well as a qualified chartered accountant and law graduate. With over 2 decades of experience, he advises organizations on government policies, economic legislation, regulatory compliance, investment frameworks, and corporate grievances. And joining the panel, I would like to invite our eminent panelist, Dr. Bhavna, who is Director of Regulations at FSSAI. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Inviting Dr. Tarun Bajaj, Senior Consultant, APIDA, who is a Senior Agribusiness and Export Development Professional associated with APIDA. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Mr. Sunil Adsule, AVP Regulatory Affairs, Reliance Consumer Products Limited, an accomplished food and beverage professional with more than 3 decades of industry experience in India and overseas. We invite Dr. Rashida Wapiwala, founder Label Blind, is the founder and CEO of Label Blind, an AI-enabled digital food labeling and regulatory compliance platform. Inviting Dr. Jasveer Singh, Director and Global Regulatory Strategy Lead, IFF, is a distinguished food regulatory and scientific affairs professional with expertise in food regulations, microbiology, food safety, quality system, and science policy. And ladies and gentlemen, we now invite Mr. Varinder Jaiswal, Senior Director R&D, Mondelez International India. He is a Senior Research and Development Leader responsible for driving product innovation and technical excellence across India and other international markets. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, all the panels set, I would now like to hand over to our distinguished session moderator, Mr. Goldie Dhama, to kindly take the discussions forward. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. I know we are at the cusp of the hour and sitting between, you guys going home or going to different cities. So what we'll do is, obviously, this is a significantly important session because at the end of the day, I think whatever we've heard during the day, all of that culminates into how the industry is facing and how the industry is experiencing from a regulatory perspective of how they are working with the government and how the government is working towards helping industry achieve the objectives. So we have multiple aspects, today from a regulatory standpoint, whether it is, the safety, traceability, labeling norms, front of packaging, nutrition labeling, all of that stuff. So without further ado, what I'll try and do is I will try and address some of these aspects through questions which I will pose to the panelists and try and get a sense of how industry and government can work together to try and achieve some of the large objectives which will help India achieve its objectives of larger exports, making regulatory framework easier, so on and so forth. So maybe I'll start with Dr. Bhavna. The Indian regulatory framework over the last few years, it has looked at food safety, traceability, sustainability, nutrition, all of that stuff. I think the question is, how do you as a regulator balance the objectives of protecting a consumer, encouraging innovation, and ease of doing business?
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, I would like to thank FICCI for inviting FSSAI to share our thoughts on the subject. Some of you might know me. I was earlier in BIS and recently joined FSSAI, so it's an honor to meet you all here as a FSSAI representative. On your question, I'd like to say that as a regulator, as a government body, the main thing is to strike a balance between meeting the consumer expectations to protect the consumer interest, facilitate or encourage innovation in the food industry, as well as also support the ease of business by the industry. So these points, and the main baseline is that we have to see all the regulatory framework is properly safeguarded in all this. So when we talk about consumer protection, all of you are aware, maybe you would have read the regulations better than me, the labeling and display regulations. So for consumer protection, for consumer interest, the provisions are given in the regulation which are in the interest of consumer, the basic information with respect to the product, the ingredients, the vegetarian and non-vegetarian logo. So all this and the statutory things are mentioned in the regulations. But apart from that, nowadays, since the consumer has become very much aware or very much concerned about the nutritional and health aspects of the things, so this nutritional labeling and the importance of this high fat, sugar and salt or sodium, so to say, has gained more importance. With respect to innovation, there is a provision in the regulations to provide barcode or QR code on the label so that the additional information which is to be provided, which the companies or industries want to provide, they can. But the main important thing is whatever additional information you want to provide, that should be within the, or that should be compliant with the provisions given in the regulation, and that information should not be misleading. And when we come to third point, mainly regarding ease of business. So FSSAI has, with regard to especially any changes or any amendment brought in the display and labeling regulations, the transition time of 365 days has been given, which is almost double than the other regulations. So this is mainly to facilitate the industry so that they are also able to prepare themselves better and bring all the changes that are needed to implement these regulations. So as a regulator, as a government body, शायद कहने में बहुत easy होता है, but it's actually very difficult to actually strike a balance between all these things while safeguarding the consumer interests. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Obviously, I can do appreciate, you know, it's always a very difficult aspect to balance as a regulator, all of these. As an industry, I'm sure most of the panelists will always want the best, you know, the easiest of a regulatory framework, but I can appreciate it coming from the government. If I just move to Dr. Bajaj. Dr. Bajaj, you know, while there has, as ma'am said, there has been a significant improvement on food safety frameworks and all of those things, you know, exports still are one of the largest drivers of opportunity from an Indian context, and the Indian government focuses heavily on exports in addition to investments, job creations and all of that. Now, when Indian food processing industry is doing exports, some of the things which become important from a global customer standpoint are things like, traceability, consistency, and all of that stuff. So, when you see this from an APIDA perspective, what can India do to make India a much better global sourcing destination?
Thank you very much, Guldeep. See, as Dr. Bhavna mentioned, you know, the compliance has to be science-based, it has to be transparent, efficient, and at the same time international.
and enabling more growth for the company, faster go-to-market, and of course, compliance being at the circumcenter of it. So, in my opinion, it's less about what we are adopting from outside. Regulatory harmonization is something that we're discussing constantly. There's a lot of work that's happening there. But from an infrastructure perspective, we need a lot more impetus and I would say progressive thinking when it comes to enabling our internal compliance processes with digitization and AI.
Thank you. I think obviously I fully align with what you're saying, right? Clearly the amount of time and effort that professionals do spend in trying to meet those regulatory frameworks sometimes can obviously be minimized. Maybe taking a cue from there to Mr. Atsule. You know, obviously you represent Reliance, and Reliance has one of the most diverse food portfolios. So when, you know, from your perspective, how are you managing compliance when from a regulatory standpoint you have aspects like labeling, packaging, EPR, advertising, etc., changing so fast and so regularly? So how do you manage this, trying to bring your products to the market?
Right. Good afternoon, audience, and thank you, Goldie, for the question. I would like to thank also the organizers for getting me here. It's a privilege to talk to all of you and connect with all my friends here. In fact, I'm glad, Goldie, the question that you asked, I'm going after Dr. Vapiwala, because I think what she said was kind of, I was listening to what she's saying, and that exactly, I think I'm glad we have done that. In fact, I think one thing, as we know, that maybe in product development stage, there's always a stage gate process which was used, and I've seen being in regulatory for now last, I think, more than 2 decades, that typically regulatory efforts will come somewhere in the middle or somewhere in the end in terms of the compliance part of it. And what we have done, it's, I think, right from the beginning, because when I speak for RCPL, Reliance Consumer Products is within the Reliance family, we're the youngest child, I should say, but I think maybe there are more childs coming in. And we're just 4-year-old company. And initially it was, I think, to your point, that the diverse portfolio that we took on for us it was difficult, extremely difficult to kind of work on the compliances that we had across categories that we've been working on. But one shift that we've done, in fact, was to bring the regulatory compliance right in the beginning, not somewhere in the end. And it is part of the integral process, I would say, for the product development, right from product development, product or packaging development. All the teams, I would say, get involved with this, whether it is the function is you have involving consumer insights or marketing, your legal also in the process. And I think that has kind of, I think, helped us. I think, as I said already, that it was an intense process in the beginning. So we did struggle, but we also picked up and learned from our experiences, also picked up also from our, I would say, network industries and the colleagues on that. And there were, I think, in the regulatory world, there is always quite of a sharing. There's less of a competition. The companies might fight out in the market very intensely, but when it comes to the regulatory, there is a good collaboration, I would say, across some of the friends that are sitting here. And I think that's one thing which has kind of helped us. So whether it comes to labeling or the EPR, the contaminants, etc., that is all embedded, I would say, right in the beginning of the process. One example which I can give where Dr. Vapiwala is talking about digitization. We are still not there as far as AI is concerned, I will say, but well, digitizing the process we have done. And I can take a small example of typically, in fact, the companies use the software for approval of your labels. That's one of the big tasks which we do as a part of the regulatory compliance. And there we have ensured that all the stakeholders that we speak about, whether product development, whether it is packaging, whether it is legal, whether it is consumer insights, everybody has a say in that, and they all look at that parallelly, and everybody has a timeline in terms of how to do it. We learned, there were initially, I would say, stumbles, but we learned, and then we picked up from there, and we're glad that we could make it.
Thank you. So I think one theme which I saw or which I heard from you was innovation, right? Continuing from Dr. Vapiwala. And maybe I'll turn to Dr. Singh now. Dr. Singh, using that as a cue, innovation, right? So ingredient innovation is happening quite drastically, if I may use that word, or at an unprecedented pace. Maybe things like clean label solutions, functional ingredients. So the question to you is, do you think India's regulatory approval process is evolving as quickly as the innovation? And what could be done, right?
Thanks, Goldie, for the question. So yes, there are huge demands which are being put onto ingredient companies because there are demands which are coming from consumers, there are demands which are coming from society, there are demands coming from all kinds of stakeholders. And ingredient companies are generally the ones who are forced to look at those demands in the first place. And that means they are very innovation heavy kind of organizations. And when we look at our global strategies, if I can see one word that we look for across the globe when we look at regulatory frameworks, it is harmonization. Whether the regulatory framework in different countries or in different regions, are they harmonized to some common principle or a framework like Codex? And in that sense, if we look back at India's journey in building its systems and frameworks, we can say that yes, we have undertaken a huge and significant progress towards building systems. And at least if you look at structures, we have been able to build structures into our regulatory organizations in the shift from PFA to FSSAI in the kind of scientific panels that we have built to advise the regulator on risk-based assessments and all that, right? So structure-wise, yes, we have come a long way. In terms of processes, we have gone ahead significantly in terms of digitizing all our processes. So applications, submission, for evaluations and all that through digital platforms has significantly eased some of those old pains. But yes, there are areas where we still need to take a significant journey ahead. One of them is building our internal capabilities around risk assessment and risk management. See, the whole central theme of modern regulation is that it is not a hazard-based assessment, but it's a risk-based assessment. And that means your scientific panels need to be filled with people who are experts in scientific risk assessment. Not only the existing members, but there should also be an equally large or even larger pool of scientists available outside the existing scientific panels who can come into these panels tomorrow. Now, unfortunately, that's an area where a lot of work still needs to be done. And it is not something which is only regulators' responsibility, because say the risk assessment portion is not something which is part of academic curriculum in any of the programs. So if something is not taught to you in your educational programs, you have that fundamental handicap to start with, right? So that capability building around this core risk assessment framework is something which we still need to take up. Now, beyond that, when we look at modern technologies, say things like biotechnology products, whether it is genetically modified or even hybrid mechanisms, there it's a complex area because it is dependent not only on the scientific developments, it is also dependent on the ability of society to absorb, understand that technology. And unfortunately, the history has not given enough comfort to the Indian society when we look at GM products. So, while the technology, the risk assessment, everything is there, but the inability of society to handle that domain has hampered progress in that area. So, this is just to give you an example that at times things are not purely scientific, but it goes beyond science as well when we have to look at your ability to enter into market and regulators' ability to evaluate risks associated with that.
Thank you. You know, I think one word which I really picked up was harmonization, right? You spoke about multiple things, but that stuck with me. And maybe I'll move to Mr. Jaiswal, right? And I'll move to Dr. Bhavna after this, right? Ma'am, giving you an advance notice. And this is a topic which is quite in discussion, right? Front of, label nutritional packing. So, Mr. Jaiswal, right? India has been speaking about the FNPL. So, how important is the underlying nutrient profiling methods, right? Which reflect the actual consumption behavior, right? We rather than just saying 100 grams. That's one issue which we hear from the industry time and again. So, I just wanted to get your sense on this.
Sure, thank you. Thank you firstly, and also very pleased to be part of this panel. Although I must say I'm surrounded by so many doctors, so I'm a bit inundated. And now that you have also alerted Ms. Bhavna to go after me, I have to be more conscious what I say. Jokes apart. I think firstly, it's important to acknowledge this is a complicated issue, and all the stakeholders involved have like a fairly good interest at heart for the consumer, and hence it has taken a number of years, and I think everybody has a view. Partly the view is correct, but at the same time I think that has taken to come to consensus because there are some conflict in the views as well. So totally, I think what you said, I think generalizing it based on or oversimplifying it based on 100 grams or 100 ml, perhaps doesn't address all the concerns or all the things that you actually want to inform consumer about. Because at the end of the day, I think if we have to take a step back, what are we doing this for, right? And for whose welfare? And that's consumer, right? So what then you need to do is really understand the consumer, where they are eating, what they are eating, how much they are eating, how they are eating. So you really need to understand the whole spectrum of it. So just generalizing it based on 100 gram perhaps is not going to cover everything. It will perhaps miss certain things. As an example, so when consumer picks up something, they don't pick up and look at like, okay, X percentage. They do balance it that, okay, I mean, it's my snack, it's my breakfast, it's my dinner, and hence, like, some sort of a portionability comes into mind. At the same time, the health is not determined by single nutrient. For sake of example, like even if you were to say like, okay, you can take 100 gram of it, it's not like that, right? You take bits and pieces of multiple nutrients during the day. So I think some degree of portion control, some degree of serving size, and then complementing it with the recommended dietary intakes is perhaps one of the ways to look at it. Another example to just quote why sometimes generalizing or oversimplifying doesn't work. Some of the foods like peanut butter, sake of example, right? It's a very high fat food, but you're not going to consume 100 gram of peanut butter. Ghee, I think, is a very potent example. I mean, nowadays ghee is considered as healthy, but if you look at the nutrition profile of ghee per 100 gram, it's like, full of sat fats and all those sort of things. So I think this is where perhaps serving size complemented with RDA is perhaps one of the way to go. In Mondelez, for sake of example, for last now few years, 100% of our products have a mindful snacking logo in the front of the pack, which basically tells you what is the right serving size of this particular product, what is the calories that you are going to consume. So at least it's about educating the consumer and working with the consumer what will make sense for them eventually. And I think another important point here perhaps also is to not look at this in a negative way, right? We should not be kind of looking at the system to demonize food or processed food. I mean, food is food at the end of the day. It's really like, you know, even water is dangerous if you take it in excess quantity. So it's a lot about education. I think I'm thinking more, again, my personal point of view, if you turn the things around and make it a little more positive story, right? Start incentivizing some of the foods that are really providing a better nutrition, providing a better education about like what the nutrition stands for. That then creates an incentive for the industry to do more and more reformulation, more and more innovation. And that also then builds an incentive for the consumer to also kind of, you know, rather than like what is happening now on the social media. So if you kind of, you know, create a negative sentiment, it only fuels what's already happening on social media, which is a lot of misinformation, right? And consumer is very novice in this sense, because a lot of people think that based on some of those social media 30-second reels, they are now well educated about some of these things. And we see a lot of consumers where they are not even able to differentiate between what is carbohydrate doing for them, what is protein doing for them. But because somebody has told them that carbohydrate is bad, protein is good, that's what they want to have. So I think to summarize, I think look at what is best for the consumer rather than oversimplifying, rather than stigmatizing food. I think we need to create a balance.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Bhavna. You know, the other side of the coin, if I may, on the same issue, right? I'm sure you've heard this multiple times from the industry. I'm sure everybody in the room, including the people on the panel, will certainly, you know, like to hear your views on this.
So, my first statement might not be very much welcoming, but the truth is that the matter is sub judice, so I might not be in a position to share much information on the subject. But when we talk about future aspects, how this is going to be dealt with, the main thought within the organization is to have the ICMR NIN classification of the categorization of this HFSS and non-HFSS food. And then on the front of pack, having differentiation between HFSS and non-HFSS, and having a pictorial or a graphical or a symbolic representation of that. So that is the thought, but that would be discussed in the panel further before we come out with a draft notification. And in addition to that, the representations that have been submitted by various industries and industry associations and very well explained by Dr. Jaiswal, I would say that they would be duly considered by the scientific panels, they would be acknowledged, and the further provision or the draft amendment or the draft notification which would come, we will try to ensure from our side that they do take care of the general complaints or general representations which had been received on the previous notification which was issued in 2022. And there's one important thing is there have been discussions that maybe the new provision, whenever it is finalized, the amendment, it may be brought out in a phase-wise manner instead of making it applicable throughout to all the food products. So that is also a thought I would say, but this is the information that I would be able to provide. And one more thing, one assurance from our side that we would be doing all the due, I mean we would be following the due process how the regulations have been framed, how we have been making the regulations so far, and so you people would be aware that stakeholder consultations were done for the previous draft notification also, and after that also so many representations came. So for the next round, we'll try to do more extensive stakeholder consultation before finalizing the notifications. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And maybe before going forward, I know, so not relevant to this question, I know Dr. Jasveer for very long, and I was very keenly listening to the reply that he gave with regard to evolution of the food regulatory system in India. So thank you very much. His voice we take as the comprehensive or the voice of the industry. So we do acknowledge from regulator side also that acknowledgement regarding evolution of food regulatory system. And in whatever field we talk about, there's always provision or there's always scope for improvement. So we do take note of the suggestions or the inputs given by industry or other stakeholders, and we look forward and we try to make our systems better so that the concerns of all the relevant stakeholders are addressed properly. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think what you said certainly will be, if I may say, music to the ears of the industry, right? There will be industry consultations. Obviously, as any regulatory framework, this has evolved significantly over a period of time, and it's become much better. So I guess the industry will be looking forward to see how this will evolve over a period of time. If I move to Dr. Vapiwala, again, using the same context, nutrition, if I may, right? See, today, a lot of information about nutrition is already available. But the understanding remains limited, if I may, right? In your view, what will make nutrition labeling effective in consumers making healthier choices, right? Today, being healthy is seen as important. All of us need to be healthy. All of us are trying our best to be healthy, both by exercising and by eating the right products. So the question is, how important is contextualizing nutrition around actual consumption patterns, right? We spoke about this earlier also, rather than just standard reference values, right? So this will align to one of the questions we asked earlier. Yeah? Thank you.
Goldie, now, particularly for this subject, it's very important that we understand how our labeling regulations have evolved. And they've taken a certain set of years. But I'd like to quote some very wonderful international best practices also that become very good food for thought for also reframing our labeling laws or labeling practices that come to help consumers more than they do today. If I take some examples of, let's say, USA or Canada, where the entire nutrition table is given in a per serving size. Whereas across categories in India today, we are doing a mandatory per 100 gram, per 100 ml labeling. That itself kind of contextualizes the nutrition value of labels very close to what you are expected to consume. Another example will be the nomenclature of ingredients. If you see internationally, many countries are now getting into the detail of the formats of ingredients. Countries want to know whether the oil that is used is hydrogenated, and if not, if it is non-hydrogenated, please mention that as well in the ingredient list. Additionally, front of pack labeling discussed enough. Every country has now got a system of its own. Many countries are mandating it. We've got Canada mandating it since the beginning of this year. We've got Singapore bringing in for all sugar sweetened beverages. We are seeing USA, France, all of these countries, speak of systems of their own. Additionally, many countries are mandating labels in their own languages. It just makes the entire label more relevant to that country's population and the diaspora. Whereas we are currently following either an English or a Hindi approach. So that helps. And above everything else, again, coming to the point on digitization, QR codes become extremely handy tools for conveying the right information to the customer. It allows for better legibility, which sometimes labels and small packs are unable to give us. We speak about, there's so much of text on the label that it's difficult to read labels many a times. But QR codes solve for that problem. It gives you all the information on your phone. It gives it to you in a language where you understand, carries the information that's more relevant to you as a consumer. So there's a lot happening in the space of labeling that even Indian companies should look at, and this need not wait for regulation. This need not wait for regulation at all, because the company's relationship is with the customer. Regulations will come and kind of be a good guardrail around practices, but they need not dictate innovation. And that's where companies and the kind of august companies in this sitting in this hall today are leaders in their own domains. So it's nothing but obvious that these are the companies that will take these innovations forward. So there's a lot happening in labeling, and it's up to the companies to kind of take charge.
Thank you. Continuing in the same context, if I move to Dr. Bajaj, right? So we have heard a lot about regulatory framework, and largely from an India context. And Dr. Vapiwala said that, how this will evolve more from an industry standpoint rather than from a regulatory standpoint. But if I just turn it and maybe, so again, I had mentioned this earlier, right? Export continues to be an important element from an India growth story. Now, when Indian companies are exporting, they obviously need to look at the Indian regulations, but also look at the regulations of the country to which they are exporting. So from your perspective, how can the Indian environment or the regulatory environment be aligned in such a way, or could be aligned better, so that it becomes easier for organizations and companies in India to be export friendly, right? Because that will help the industry grow much faster.
Thank you very much. That's a very, very important point you have mentioned, because when we want to export, we have to not only comply with our own regulatory requirements, but it is most and it is ultimate importance is that we meet the regulatory requirements of the importing country. And we have to align with the international system. Now, alignment with the internationally acceptable practices is, of course, is the ideal situation, is required, but easier said than done. Now, let's see what is the requirement of going to that level. One is that you should have one accepted international standard as your level of default. Say, for example, Codex, that becomes your level of default. That at least this much is my level of default. I won't go beyond that, down that. Second is, the most important is that you have mutual recognition agreement with the importing country. That is the situation where you can have MRA, and India is trying to have MRA with the importing countries in many ways. FTAs are one of such examples, and after FTA, then we go into MRAs. Like in organic, we have MRA with European Union, with the conformity assessment we had with USA, and now recently we are signing with Australia. Canada signed already with Australia, and we are going for Canada also now. So MRA, that becomes life easier, because you know what you have to comply and whatever is compliant, because that is important, that one product, one assessment. Once it is assessed, risk-free, rigorous assessment is done, then there should not be a second assessment, because that unnecessarily cost and duplication of efforts. So that becomes, when you have an MRA, your product is assessed, it is accepted in the importing country as required. So again, I will give you example of organic, because in organic you have to do a process certifications. What is happening is we do process certification in India as per National Program for Organic Production. When it goes to the importing country, they do their own process certification, and then only you can label it as organic. Equally important is that you have technical requirements match with that. One ingredient safe in our country, but not safe in importing country. One accepted here, another is not accepted there. maybe due to technical reasons. So we need to have, technical requirements matching with the importing countries so that our product, when it goes that, they don't get rejected because of one particular ingredient which is used in that. I give you example. In European Union, even if there is 2%, 1% of milk product used, they reject it because we don't have market access of milk product. And even if it is highly processed, it is 1%, even negligible level, they reject it. Only if there is a claim on the label that food milk product has been used, maybe of whatever is the percentage. So we need to have technical requirements matching. Equally important is that we have laboratory setups which are matching and equivalence with the international standards. We have PTs, which we call, that we do so that our testing is accepted in the importing countries. Many a times, and this is a repeat problem which our exporters are facing, we test here, after test, matching the requirement we send, you say aflatoxin in groundnuts. Aflatoxin requirement is say 15, then we test it and we find it is below 15, but when it goes there, they test it and it finds 30 or 35 or whatever it is, and they reject it. So equally important is that laboratory setup in that country, in our laboratory setup, are at par and they are recognized with this. So like this, there are many requirements which are there. So very important that we align our system with international system, and equally important is we have mutual recognition with the importing country so that once tested, once done, they don't fear any problem with this. And that's the reason, many of our exporters are telling importers that you send your agency here, before we dispatch it, test it, do whatever you wanted, because when it leaves our shore, we are not responsible. But it is not happening in many of the cases, but equally, so alignment, international alignment is need of the hour, even today.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more, and maybe if I turn to Dr. Singh, right? Dr. Singh, using that as a lead, from an export and from a supply chain standpoint, right? How important, to add to what Dr. Bajaj was saying, how important is the regulatory convergence with international frameworks like Codex? Because at the end of the day, that will help solve some of the challenges which Dr. Bajaj was saying.
So, for sure, that is the easiest approach in our view, which can give you multiple objectives, where you can actually achieve multiple objectives by using this one approach. The first is your speed to market is enhanced significantly when frameworks are harmonized. You can just land into a market and sell your products there. That is a very business-oriented objective. But beyond that, the fundamental objective, whether it is for an organization like ours or even for the regulator, is to ensure consumer safety. When you have that confidence that the consumer safety has already been evaluated, established, the material has been proven to be safe by an organization like Codex or JECFA, that gives you confidence to reach out to an expanded set of markets with the same kind of data that you already have. You don't have to duplicate your effort. You don't have to redo the evaluations. Even governments save on their resources in this whole process. So not only it improves speed, it reduces the efforts, but it also means there are lower costs in the whole process, which mean ultimately that savings and cost can get passed on to the consumers. So it actually helps in lowering the cost burden on consumers for products, and particularly when those are very high intensity research based products, which are generally tend to be costly. Now, while these objectives are there, but there are challenges, and some of those challenges are like while we all want things to be harmonized, the definition of harmonization itself needs to be harmonized first, because that is still an open interpretation among stakeholders. What does harmonization mean? Does it mean copy-paste? Does it mean things which are not in conflict with something else or something which is your reference point? Does it mean that it is substantially equivalent to that? So these are various dimensions of harmonization on which stakeholders need to work and finalize. And looking at India, I think our ability to engage with Codex, which has been the primary influence point for food regulations globally, that has improved significantly over these years. We are not only recipients of what Codex does, but we have largely become an influential player in the outcomes which are given by Codex. So that's a significant change which has happened over these years. And with that, participation in Codex happening right from the conceptual stage of some regulatory discussions also helps countries like us to be prepared well in advance for things which are coming our way. So overall, I think, yes, harmonization is something which is equally beneficial to business, to the regulator, as well as to the consumers.
Sure. Thank you so much. I was looking at the watch. I didn't realize that we are just at the top of the hour. The discussion has been quite engaging. Maybe I'll just two more questions to the two panelists whom I haven't sort of reached out to. Maybe Mr. Jaiswal, right? Today consumers expect more from organizations. While the regulatory framework will evolve, and we heard that organizations will need to do their own bit from a regulatory evolution and regulatory compliance. Where do you see the next wave of innovation which will help and which will emerge in the Indian food industry?
Sure, thank you. I think that's a very important question again, considering there's lots changing and changing very fast nowadays, and in multiple ways, from consumers evolution, from regulatory evolution, from health evolution, and so on. So I think, see, there are 3-4 avenues I see where most of the innovation will come. So first is, I think, the whole personalized nutrition. As you can see, the Gen Z and even large part of millennials, like if you see the devices nowadays on hands of everybody, right? People have already started moving towards that. Of course, I mean, it's a very urban thing right now, but it will slowly penetrate. So hence, it will be almost like mass customization of personalized nutrition. And there is a lot of opportunity there, right? I mean, like I was saying earlier on, health is not only about one nutrition. So just imagine if you have now per serving, and consumer can just basically see what I eat during the day, add that into a simple calculator and say, okay, this is my whatever 1600, 1800 calories I'm going to consume, right? Second one, I think, is reformulation, which is about evolving the core portfolios that most of the industry has. How do we slowly also kind of, make it better for you? I mean, some products, of course, will have a role, like for sake of example, snacking or desserts, or like, there is a role for indulgence, right? I mean, pleasure is always preferred over a prescription, so that's not going to go away. Hence, I think, how do you kind of continue to evolve some of those products, plus continue to educate? Third, I would say, is deep techs. If you have kind of, seen a lot of AI models, a lot of modeling and simulation, the science is evolving now very fast. I think a lot of these models used to be used in more pharmaceutical, where, it's about patents and then 20 years research. That 20-year research is now condensed into like, 20 days with some of these deep techs, because they have gone down to the molecular level, and hence they are able to recreate some of the elements that basically, traditional food reformulations could not do. I mean, there are plenty examples where, you know, these guys have created, let's say, plant-based stuff, which is tasting as good as whatever we have from a traditional sources. Meat is a good example. And then I think fourth is the lab grown. I think with the sustainability being one of the themes, I think that is also fast catching up. There's a lot of, I think I was reading some time ago, there is almost about $16 billion investment that's going in different parts of lab grown. I mean, we are part of one of the experiments, cocoa crisis in last 2 years, where cocoa was 75 years high, has forced a lot of industry to look at alternate cocos. And now there are a number of startups who have been experimenting in this space. And then I think the last one is the partnerships. I think none of us are as smart individually as an ecosystem can be. So the collaboration between the startups on the right opportunities and then from the academics and then industry. I think that partnership certainly can also accelerate some of this innovation journey, because as I said, like most of the large organizations, they are very focused on commercializing products. So hence they perhaps not invest as much into research and stuff. But if you partner with academic institutes, they are a source where you can, you know, take the science and kind of amplify it. And same thing with the startups. I think another example is GLP, right? I think 2 years, 3 years, we've been thinking, well, hearing about GLP. Now that it's becoming more generic, everybody is kind of, you know, worried what's going to happen to snacking. Now, the latest is that snacking actually is not going down. It's shifting, right? Those folks are, basically there are certain behaviors that are changing because of that, because they are looking for more nutrient-dense foods. There is an impact how sensory is perceived by that particular group. Hence, there has been now new category almost that's being created, and a lot of startups have already jumped into it. So how do they provide the food that's relevant to somebody on that particular sort of, you know, diet? And basically another insight is, which is again, like we think that, you know, when people start eating some of this stuff, the role of snacking goes away. No, basically those people now are saying that, hey, now I still want to have my dessert, but now I can invest in a premium dessert, right? Because I can only have a small portion. So hence there is another area for innovation rather than basically that snacking is going down. So I think these are 4 or 5 factors where I think you will see a lot of activity, and already there is a lot of activity that's happening.
Sure. Thank you so much. The last question, Mr. Atsule. I thought, you know, from a industry standpoint, this will be relevant both to the industry and to Dr. Bhavna as a regulator. You know, if you could recommend just one change, or one that would significantly reduce the regulatory aspects or challenge for food industry in India. And I'm putting you on the spot by saying just one. I'm sure you have many, but here you go.
Exactly, that's what my response was. Just one, because there are many. But I think one, just I understand, because you're doing for the paucity of time, in the interest of time. Maybe I think one is more of a, I would say, how to put it, like, you know, we have Dr. Bhavna here, FSSI is here. Maybe we just have one regulator here, because the industry, I think out there, I would say, maybe I shouldn't say struggle, but we cope up with multiple regulators at a central level. Like say in the food industry, we have FSSAI, which talks about food safety, BIS, certain standards. We have now the MOFCC on the EPR and then the compliance part of it. We also have legal metrology, which talks about packaged commodities. So there are multiple regulators, so just not one ask. And if you can just put it, and then we have the central agencies, which are basically doing the enforcement. I think if you allow me, maybe I can just say the sync across all of this. That term which we talk about, the single window clearance or single window kind of a thing, that has become so polished over years that I think, to my opinion, it seems to kind of dilute its meaning, what is required in that. And therefore, I think we need to bring that back. I think interestingly, Dr. Jasvi spoke about harmonization and redefining harmonization. My take on that is that I think we have to harmonize first within the country in terms of how the regulations are. And I think just one example, if I can just build on, is that under FSSAI, FSSAI has done a lot of measures, as Dr. Panda spoke this morning. Maybe one change is also like the innovation that we have under FSSAI regulation is the proprietary products. And the proprietary products has been seen, it requires again approvals from the central agencies, either in case of the products that you manufacture in certain territories. And maybe one aspect that maybe the industry has been finding a little challenging is that from jurisdiction to jurisdiction or central to central agency, sometimes the interpretation changes. So what is approved by one central agency gets questioned when you go to the other jurisdiction. And I think there is where I would say, coming back to this topic of one sink, like once the change has been made in the regulation, whether it is EPR or whether it is FSSAI on the food safety or the circularity, product circularity, or the packaging circularity as we talk about, we need, when the industries ask would be to just get one country, one regulation, if we can say that dream. That's a distant dream. But we have seen the benefit of that in how the GST has happened. GST was, I think, unheard quite some time back in terms of one country and one taxation regime. If we can get the same thing, one country, one regulation in India, I think that is, again, I think, a way to go. But I'm not sure whether I'm asking too much in that, but I think it's justified ask. Thank you.
I won't answer that question. I'll let it be for some other day. But I know with that, I think we are on the top of the hour. But thank you so much to the panelists for sharing their thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. And with that, may I request all our eminent panelists to kindly come forward for a group photograph, please. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now conclude the proceedings of the 17th FICCI Food World India 2026. We thank you all our distinguished speakers, moderators, partners, and all our participants for enriching today's deliberations and contributing to the future of India's food processing sector. Once again, on behalf of FICCI, I convey our gratitude to each one of you present here with us today. Thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we close the proceedings now. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Safe drive home. Good evening and namaskar.